Someone was talking before, Yossi Katzman, as the minig is, as allemal given, as a yom me'erin neskarim v'naisim, is pasha the sipur ha'maisa. But the Rebbe's Farbrengen is very interesting. There was, kimat every year, there was a akpada to take a shtickle from the maisa and to masber sein. Sometimes it was either the maisa itself, or a piece of the letter, or one of the letters which was nizgal afterwards to talk about the contenti. He says, nicht nur reden, was ich sidis, pashet to fire in the yomtiv. There's Zalman Duchman writes in Shemi'a b'shem Zayda Matchiel, as he was once, Matchiel Duchman once landed in Liozhne for Kislev. So it's was a better Platz to be for Kislev. And he describes that there was an elder chassid over there, Rabbi Yosef, or Rabbi Yossi, who sat Bereish HaShulchan, and they made a big Sude. And a Sude they brought barrels of mashke and zek leber, sacks of liver. Und mat verbracht. And b'shas the Farbrengen, what was the Iker, is that this Rabbi Yosef sat Bereish HaShulchan, he was a kid, or younger man, he remembered the whole story. He remembered the Meiser, he remembered the Gula, and he went through all the pratim, and he found out, as they say, that every year he goes through the whole story from beginning to end. And as he described how when they came, Yossi Katzman said it was one tooth, but the way he said Akoponim, the way this Rabbi Yosef from Liozhne remembered, is that when they came and the Rebbetzin tried stopping them, the Rebbetzin Steinesaurus, so they hit her and 2 teeth fell out. And then hat geweint. He was crying with that part of the Megillah. And then he goes through the whole story till he remembered the first Chagiga, Yutis Kislev, as the Alter Rebbe, Lechatchila said not to come. The Peil Chassidim came, and by that big first celebration is Mengekumen, and the Alter Rebbe himself went around the tables pouring mashke, Meisha Imid Aleim Meshamish, and he said, Heint is a greater talk, Heint is of Gashmius and of Ruchnius, whoever will take a chelik in my simcha. The Peil was only years later, I think in Samach Beis, after the second Meiser Regula, that Yutis Kislev became official a Yom Tiv as Meken Kumen and Farbrengen. But that was the first time that the Vayishlach, this week's Teira'er, the whole Hemshech and Teo V'Tikun, whoever learned the Vayishlach, that was said then. That was like Noch Peterburg, after the second Meiser, that was then it was, as a sort of Farbrengen, what getanzt. And one of the descriptions of that first Farbrengen is that there was a barrel of med. Med is like a kind of beer, or a sort of mashke amashaker. And for some reason that became the centerpiece. They were dancing around the barrel of med. And there was someone who, his hat fell into the med, fell into the barrel. So there's different nuschos, exactly what, but the Alter Rebbe said to leave it. And Lepeil, this younger man, became a big gvir. So gebitten the mazel. So the next year, a lot of hats fell into the barrel. But the Alter Rebbe wasn't misyachis. So it's a tog was a shpos in Gashminis and Ruchnis. Yeah. So Siddha a alte Meise, which is a minik, it's interesting because by the Rabbeim, I don't think this story was ever said. I don't even know if there was ever mention of this story. But it's a Meseira Bachsidim to say this story Yutis Kislev. And I learned in Migdal Emek over there, every year, the Mashpiyim over there, they learned by Reb Nissen. Reb Nissen every year used to chaza from Chatshe. Because Chatshe every year, Yutis Kislev used to chaza this Meise. And Meise Chayz, it didn't begin from Chatshe, it goes back from Frier. As this is the story of Smeret Yutis Kislev. It's just mechanisch, like Yossi Katzman and Yitzchak went to go through the whole Sipur Advarim, but just one story. There was a chassid called Reb Chatzkel who lived in Liozhne. Gerade afterwards, his Enekelech lived in Chicago. They were supporters of the Frierdiker Rebbe, listener. Listener is really, the family name is called Listener. It's really, the name is Liozner. That's the where it comes from. It's interesting, someone just told me, Mamish, just Shabbos, I was taught, that this listener still has Einiklech, which go to Chabad Hebrew School in Chicago. So it's noch da epis ha-shaychis. So this, Reb Chatzkel, he lived in Liozna, and then it was the first time the Rebbe is nicht da, and there was zero communication. So there was Elter Chassidim made a bezdin, it was Rabbonim, we're talking about Chemend Alter Rebbe's Talmidim, R Yossi shebechabura, and they made takonis. What should be in this tkufa bis the Rebbe kommt zurück? One thing was to fast every day, so it's to only eat at night. Another thing was to give money. Yashemrim, that's where the minig Chabad comes from, not to have a Torah on the talus, because a lot of Chassidim took off the silver then from the talus and gave it for the Stadlonis or Sheikhat, whatever had to be done in Petersburg. So there was Pasha fundraising. There was another thing to say Tilim, to say the full Yom Tilim, not Lefi HaChedesh, but Lefi Yemei Shavua. Good. So you come in to Kislev, so the yard side from the Magid. So you go to Farbrengen. We come move in the Farbrengen was mit a schwere Herz, the Rebbe is nicht da, verbrengt wegen. So it was. So there's many nuschos in this Maisa. It's a very old story, but basically what happened is that this Reb Chatzkel fell asleep. If he fell asleep from the mashke, or from the weakness of the tinus, or from the mixture, the Metzias is that he fell asleep. And he had a cholem. In this cholem hat gesehen, as mizitz l'mayla in the heichel of the Magid. It's the yahrzeit of the Magid. And the Magid sagt Teire. Who's sitting over there? Is the Baal Shem Tov and the Arizal. There's other nuschos that there's more, but in all nuschos the Baal Shem Tov and the Arizal sitting and hearing mamorim from the Magids of the yahrzeit Yutis Kislev. I finish saying Teire. Is Yamult, and the Nusach of the Meister, the way Chatschke used to say it, Chatsche and the Remissen, I'm just chazering wie man sagt das. Is over here, is sagt man Pisim Borashbi. Pisim Borashbi sagt man Baharomas Akel, also wie der Balayla Ahu from the Megillah. Pisim Borashbi comes to this meeting, Lamaila. Und Rashbi hat gesagt Teire. Also, Lechavit, the yahrzeit from the Magid. After he finished, so the Magid said, I want to say something. As mein Zalmen you gefindt sich in Gefahr. My Zalmen is in jail. And we should be geyser now, there should be the Gula. V'kach have, Rashbi, mit der Arizal, and the Baal Shem Tov, this is all the Cholem from the Reb Chatzkel. We're geyser as today he's going to come out. And this Reb Chatzkel woke up from his dream, and he was besimcha gdeila, and he comes and he tells his friends, that's it. Now it's all good. So they went makabel. He said, Teire lebe shamayim, agzeira is agzeira. It was decided that we have to fast, and we decided the Kabbalah of saying Tilim. So there was a whole shaila whether we should continue or not. And the maskana was that we should continue fasting aber besimcha. That was. And as they lasted for more than a week, the Anus Chois, that was 2 weeks, till Pashat, the news traveled from Petersburg, Bizliozhne, it's like till the Pashat heard the Besura, and then they stopped fasting. Atkan is the Sipur HaMaisa. Those stories with the Heroi. And this is a story with Anna Heroi, this is the Zachalein. Obviously, meheben nicht anzuverstehen. That's the point over here is not what we could take from it, but what we can't take from it. That there's mekum to Kislev, we're coming to the whole discussion, the whole story is something which is, it's not about a yochid, and like the Rebbe was madgish, it's not even that it's a gewisse chassid, or it's not just a yochid or a neshama klolis who's representative of chassidim. We're talking over here about a kitrug on the inyan von Deiris. Von Gili Teres Abal Shem Tov. In other words, bepashtus. The idea of telling a secret, by definition, is wrong. It's nicht ein Teich, after darf man zulegen a word. A soid doesn't mean that I told you information that you didn't know. That's not a secret. If somebody doesn't know my name, it's not a Teich secret. Now I told him, so now he knows it. A secret is the Teich, something that you're not supposed to know. And even if you know it, you're still not supposed to know it. That's a Teich. You know a secret. And that's why when I tell a secret, I whisper. So it could be we all know the secret. Oh, but it's because it's of personal nature or because for any other reason, it's a secret. This is private information. There's a chelik of Torah which doesn't belong here. There's a chelik of Torah which is not, there's a law of Galia de Torah which I don't know. It's nicht seid. It's nicht chelik ha-seid. Just because I'm a moritz. Oh, but there's a chelik of Torah which I do know. But I'm not supposed to know it. It's a secret. And for that to happen, that we're allowed to learn Chassidus, it's nicht a pashte Sach. And a libe de emes, constantly, every time a Rebbe is megala Chassidus, yeah, the Rebbe Farbrengen, be'etzem is an unnatural thing happening over here. As the Rebbe is megala ha'inyan, which we're not supposed to know. But we could know it. You know, there was once, Stam, Alain Kop Zusha Posno always says that there was a Malamed who was in Yechidus, and the Rebbe told him that he should teach children Chassidus. Okay. Without getting involved, what that means, obviously it doesn't mean to start learning Sharich Dvamuneh. But Mestame means like when the Rebbe taught children Chassidus. Yeah? The Rebbe Farbrengen with the rallies with children, the Rebbe Masbeg and say, it's a Tev, it's a Ra, it's a Eibishter, it's a Emuneh, Avos Yisrael, Poshet. Wie the Rebbe Megala Chassidus to children, that's what the Rebbe wanted this Malamed to teach. But this Malamed told the Rebbe that the children won't understand. So the Rebbe sich zerschmeichelt. Zusha Posner always, this is like, for him, this is the story. He said, the Rebbe said, if the Chassidus, the Eibishter managed to make Azat Zimtzum, a million mile das geworden Azat Zimtzum, Vekav, Mokimponi, till it came that you and me could understand Chassidus. So another drop, he could be mitzamtzum that a child should understand. You know, it's not such a big, der junge Mann, ich kann verstehen Chassidus, aber als ein Kind, you have to understand as the fact that you understand Chassidus doesn't make sense either. And if it's possible that we could understand, so a Kind kann ich verstehen. Al Kolponim, the whole sipur which we're sitting over here is something where we don't belong by the simcha. It's something it's not supposed to happen. An impossibility is happening over here. When therefore is there's no simcha gedela mizu, like the Alter Rebbe says in Tanya, that the ish hedye to shvala noshim v'teichen mutel ba'ashpa could have a shaykhis to emunah zu, could have a shaykhis to verstehen avot Chassidus. L'chaim. ושמחת בחגך והייסח שמח ושמחת בחגך והייסח Haladay ya 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 Haladay ya 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 la 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 Chaim hab ich such Wasser should have seen what was going on before. So good. ושמחת בחגך והייסח שמח. חיים. והייסח שמח על הרי תיאמתי. היי 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 לה 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 היי 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 לה 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 היי לה לה ידה ידה היי היי לה 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 יואי ושמחת בחגך והייסח. Okay, no problem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem.
I'm not part of the vibe. I'm just passing the message.
Who's the vibe?
Yossi loves this.
Oh, don't mess. Okay. Ay 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 ay. Yeah, very bekitzer. Yeah. Good. Said it was not mentioned the cloud. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally different. Chaim. It's mistame kedai to invest. As the Alter Rebbe dreht sich bei den Tischen and gives out mashke, the teach is that it's kedai to sell Chaim. Chaim Nossen. Huh? Oh. Afteilung. What does it? Chaim. Maybe we'll start with a question. When Chassidus was Nisgale, there were those who were very critical. Now there were those which are critical for ulterior motives. They were echad b'peh v'echad b'lev. The reason they were critical is because they wanted to keep the status and the communities the way things were. They preferred not to shake anything. But there were those that were genuinely worried. They really cared. They were worried. A pashta zach. You come, you say amunah, you say hergesh, you say that you're coming to bring a chayis, meaning to Yiddishkeit. But there's a risk. Whenever you come and you invest in meaning, and on some level, you are making the Maaseh B'Peil smaller. You're diminishing the Maaseh. They were worried that people are going to be less makpid on a diktu kal, and al din in Shulchan Aruch. They're worried that it's going to come to a kalus. And the argument was that hayu dvarim me'elam. This is not the first time in Klal Yisrael that there's been those which have come to say that this mitzvah noshim l'mada is no good, and let's give a tam, let's give a pesach gishmak, let's give a. It's happened before. That's the metzias. In the times in Spain, in the times of the Rambam, there's a reason the Rambam wrote Moira Nevuchim, is because, or Bechlal, mat yamut getan in Chikire, mat getan in Masber sein the mitzvahs, to explain how every mitzvah symbolizes something. And it was officially coming to give a chayis, Lepoil. When it came to the time of Nisoyin, there was a shmad, and many neshamas fell. There was a certain kalus. At the same time, in Ashkenaz, people went on Mesiras Nefesh with the Crusades because there was no chikira, there was no philosophy. So sometimes you're trying to infuse chayis, but you're really doing damage. Not long before the Baal Shem Tov, there was people learning Kabbalah in the wrong way, and the result was Shabbat Tzvi, which had very, very bad results. And Bashe Bepashtos, they were Ever on Isura Deiraisa. Because with the Hadgosha on Kavona, things could go krum. At the same time, almost, at the same time in the other side of Europe, in Germany, the same thing's happening. People are talking about, let's bring Yiddishkeit back to the Musar, the ethics of Yiddishkeit, what Yiddishkeit should be, not be so only involved in pratis de gedinim. And there was the beginning of reform. And Moshe Mendelssohn was a fromme Yid, but he's eigentlich we're going. So there's a worry over here. So there were Gdeli Yisrael then, which were worried. But after a while, so the Fall Hamburger and andere, they said the fact shows otherwise. The fact shows that if you look at Chassidim, they have 2 pairs of tefillin. They more machmir on the shchite. I mean, if you're talking later days, so dafke the Chassidim careful to keep the beard and to go Mesiras Nefesh. So the Metzias is that in theory, it may be a worry, but the fact is, if you look at the results, so Seifim Mechiach al Tchilasei, Mela there's no worry. The Rebbe Chazed this a few times. There was once a Farbrengen in the Yud. I think it's Kislev Yud Beis, B'chanish Kintos. The Rebbe was Masbir, Pashat, that there was a Chashash, and time Bitzidei, and then Huvra Radover, that there's no reason. The question is, Hagufa, what's Pshat? In other words, there is L'chura a worry. Why is Chassidus different? All of these Tnuas are L'chura doing something that's very similar to Chassidus. Why is it that Chassidus Taka has a different kind of result? That there is no Schwachkeit und verkehrt. What happens is that the more you learn Chassidus, the more Yirei Shamayim you become. There was a Yid, Reb Mendel's brother, Aaron's Bakant, Reb Hendel Lieberman. He had a very different life story to Reb Mendel. Hendel Lieberman, as a kid, he comes from a Chassidish mishpacha. He was sent to learn in Lubavitch, and he always felt that he didn't belong. He had a different kind of nefesh. He was an artistic soul, and artistic not just technically that he had talent. But he was a nefesh that he felt that what the hagbolas and the rigid system of Techet in Pasha didn't work for him, and he wanted something else. Few times he ran away, and his mother had to come and to bring him back to yeshiva. It was a very complicated life story. And in the end, he ended up outside the yeshiva. He went to Moscow. He learned art. And he wasn't fearing achsidische Leben, Beloshen Hamote. It wasn't, I'm saying he got married over there, he had kids, and he had his studio in Moscow. He wasn't with Chassidim. Then, during the war, he got drafted into the army, and when he came back, he realized his wife and kids had been murdered. And he was in ganzen zerbrochen. He was Eismensch. He was pushed a shever kli. His whole world caved in. So he went to Samarkand, and over there he joined people. This is his family. There are Mendel's there, and friends like Kilo from his younger years. But he was never really ever against. He just always. Reb Handel didn't have a negative bone in his body. He wasn't shaykhs to be. He just always. So now he's like slipping back into the Kehillah. So he joined Chassidim, and again he's geworden. But he always felt that he didn't belong. And he was always torn between the world of Yiddishkeit, Chassidus, was das Mond, and the world of art, where really his nefesh is makom sh'ritzei shalom. And like this, he came out of Russia together with everyone. He joined the group. And he was in Poking, in Brunwa. It's like he like went with everyone, but he always like looked around and it wasn't for him. He just didn't feel. Till in Tovshin Yud Aleph, he decided that he's taking a bold step. He wrote a letter where he put down everything. He put down his whole life story and all his issues. You know, this split which he's dealing with his whole life, he put it on paper and he sent it to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe wrote back a letter. This is, it's a letter in Yiddish. It's a long letter. The Rebbe wrote back, Poshet, I don't know how many letters there are like this in Igris. V'atate to like taking care of his child. Or I'd say like an uncle. You know, he didn't even have the kpeda of a father would have. Poshet mit ave, with patience, dealing and helping this Yid through his situation. And this letter changed his life. He poshet, there's no other way of saying it, he fell in love with the Rebbe in a crazy way. He came to New York and he lived here his whole life. He lived here and he used to be by Farbrengens. He always used to say he can't concentrate a word by Farbrengens. He wasn't shy to follow the Rashi Tzichas, he was thinking, but he couldn't have enough just to be by Farbrengens. And the Rebbe would encourage him. They had a very special relationship. The Rebbe encouraged him in art. This is Rebbe Handel. He would stand behind, there's videos of it, standing behind the Rebbe by Farbrengens, being ma'eded, the nigunim. He was helping out. This is Rebbe Handel. He was like, became part of the furniture by the Rebbe. What does it say in this letter? So in the letter, the Rebbe tells him one word. That Chassidus and the artist are not two different things. It's the same thing. If you understand what art is and understand what Chassidus is, it's one thing. Umfakert. Someone who's an artist, that's the biggest kli to be a chassid. So Bichlal, in general, I'm sorry, I was told it to be more English. So in general, there's the Chassidus has a fascination with art. It's very interesting. In Amalek Chassidus, this is nicht da. Like if you look in Kutei Teire or anywhere in the Mittler Rebbe v'chulu, there's a word the Rebbe Rashab once told the Friedrich Rebbe about the inyan of Chushat Tziyur, and he told him that there's kama inyanim in Chassidus which could be explained in this mashal. And it's interesting, factually, you see that there's many mamorim of the Friedrich Rebbe where there's long descriptions about Chushat Tziyur, and the Marav Tuf Chetzadik Beis, it's like phenomenal over there. But in many places, what Tziyur is, and using it to explain what Chassidus is. It's in Tafshin Yud, very geschmack. The artist in Chassidus language, and the storyteller is the same person. This is Bepeh, this is Bedibur, and this is Bemaisa. But the artist and the storyteller are both called the Bal Chushat Tziyur. What's the touch of Chushat Tziyur? It's not something which has to do with your fingers. Or a storyteller is not somebody which has good language skills. He has a broad vocabulary. The Chushat Tziyur means someone who sees things differently. He looks at the world and he sees depth. He'll notice what others won't. He'll see a different dimension. Umemele, he could translate it onto paper or bedibur or whatever it is. He'll see something else. He'll deliver a different image. In other words, the chush of an artist is to see the pnimius where others don't see it. Zog the Rebbe to Reb Handel, that's Chassidus. To look at a Yid and see the neshama. To look at a Nivra and to see the Dvaravai. To look at the world and see depth. That's not just what you're going to grab with your fist. There's something more here. And this word took Reb Handel and changed his life. But this idea is the yesod of understanding how Chassidus works. Maybe let's take this mashal of the Chush HaTziyur a step further. Chush HaTziyur, let's ask a simple question. The artist is looking for pnimius. Does he care about details or not? If he cares about the pnimius and he's looking for the mahus, so at some point the details become less significant. The fact is that just the opposite. The artist is the most involved in details more than anyone. To him, every detail is negeah. He doesn't work on the klal, he works man aprata la klal. If you look at the artist, you'll see when he's drawing a blade of grass, he's kol kule there, and he's like experiencing and reliving, and he's the color of the grass, he's the shape of the grass, and right now this is all that's happening. There's a big picture. And in the big picture, when somebody looks around, someone who's not an artist is not going to notice this, that there's grass or anything. He sees it as a scenery. The chush of the artist is in the details. He knows how to notice shade where others don't. He notices shapes where others don't. Contrast. This is the chush of the artist. And at the same time, it's pnimius. Because the pnimius is not it's a different kind of pnimius. It's not a pnimius which sheds pratim. It's a pnimius which gives life to pratim. In the language of the letter, Tofresh Samach Beis, v'chayis nafshenu, chayis doesn't say that the Ivarim are not Negeah. He doesn't come and tell you, let's have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. The Iker is the spirit. Who cares? There's the ideal and the real. Let's focus on the ideal. Let's focus on the Mahus. So it is Hagbaras Atzur Allah Chemer. That's not what happens. Gilei HaChayis means that in every Aver, this specific Aver, which was till now a dead toenail, is now going to grow, is going to be alive, is going to have a freshness, it's going to become more toenail. He's going to become more of what he was. The Chayis is never nizgaber on the guf. The Chayis gives life, empowers the guf. And that's, in short, this is like the kasha and teretz, to the question, why is Chassidus different to everything else? Every other movement in Yiddishkeit, which came to give meaning, but had bad results, maybe unintended, but every other movement, whenever you madish kavone, Maisa suffers, and Chassidus works differently. Chassidus is chayis, or Chassidus is the chush hatzir, where a prat becomes alive. Good. So the mashal is a nice mashal and thing, but what does that mean? In what way does Chassidus work differently? So let's just take one prat, a very simple amchashe. What's a mitzvah? So if you'll speak to the Bal Musar, he'll tell you that the point of the mitzvah is l'zachich sabriyas. That's the idea of the mitzvah. So when you're putting on tefillin, you shouldn't be thinking about tefillin. You should be thinking about shibud alev ha'meach. If you're going to talk to there's other kind of svarim, I'll explain to you schar ve'enish. So don't think about the heve. You should know that what the mitzvah does is there's a future. Others will tell you that's a philosophical idea. As it's learning Kabbalah, so I'll tell you that it's a yichud l'mayla in the spheres. Every hasbara and meaning which is given to a mitzvah is always, in other words, telling you the ikr is not what you're doing. it's really representative, it's a symbol for something else. So Kumuvin, in the end, the Maisa B'Peil is going to become less important because it's a symbol. So it's not Negeya, der Pratz, jener Pratz, it's a big tefillin, a small tefillin, Shin mit 4 Kappelach, mit 3 Kappelach, that's already details. Chassidus says, no. The purpose of a mitzvah is the mitzvah. There's one way to meet the Eibishter. Less machshava tfisa bei. Ki'im through Torah mitzvahs. The purpose of the mitzvah is the mitzvah. That's the point. In the Lashon of the Alter Rebbe, schar mitzvah means not just schar mitzvah, that from one mitzvah you'll get another mitzvah. Mitzvah gereretz. No. What's the greatest reward in the mitzvah? The fact that you were mekayim it. That's it. It's a purpose unto itself. What's it say in Perek Dalet? In Likutei Amorim? Ave v'yira is great. But that's not Yiddishkeit. That's a Yid. That's not Yiddishkeit. How do you chap the Eibishter? Through doing a mitzvah. It's a different approach. It's not just saying a new hasbara. It's saying that the thing is a purpose. There's no emtsoim. This is the tachlis. In Memela, obviously, it could never make any weakness. Obviously, if the purpose is the mitzvah, so thinking about this is not going to make a mitzvah weaker. Because this is what it's about. It's about this. Tachlis is chochmot tshuva ma'asim tevim. What's the purpose? Yofeh sha'achas b'tshuva. This is what it's about. The purpose of a mitzvah is the mitzvah. There's kavonah, there's ava v'yira. That's in order to make the person also involved. We want that the mitzvah shouldn't be only a mitzvah. We want to also pull you in. Adam ki yakriv mikem, the ganze mensch. We want the whole person to be. But what's the mitzvah? The mitzvah is never an emtsoi. The mitzvah is the tachlis for itself. What's Torah? The purpose of Torah is Torah. Now, we take this for granted because to us, we're programmed this way. We were zeichet to be born in these daladamas, and we don't realize what we have. But, when the Rebbe started Miftzayim, Adayim, people don't understand it. So, do you really think that one time putting on tefillin with someone is going to make him frum? And we don't understand the purpose wasn't to make him frum. The point was you should put on tefillin. The Rebbe, so you read the Farbrengens, the whole Chav Zayin, Chav Ches, where the Rebbe is defending Mitzvah Tefillin. And you could sense between the lines, there's a frustration that the Rebbe is having, what kind of questions are these? It's not pshat that the Rebbe has an answer. We're talking we have a different language. You're asking if he's going to join the community as a result. What does it mean to be frum? To be frum is to be able to be mekayim tariyach. So this is one of them. So this is good. I mean, what's the purpose in anything? The purpose of grade also the Rebbe said, zweite Sache is mitzvah, gereres mitzvah. Once a person does it, but what's the purpose of tefillin? Is tefillin. That's it. In other words, in the language of Chassidus, to be a pnimi, to look at things for their own value. That's what Chassidus gives us. I was in Eretz Yisrael, I had a chavrusa with a psayid. I picked him up off the street in Beitar, near Yerushalayim. So we were learning Chassidus for a while, then he tells me, you should know, I have a very weird memory from Lubavitch. He says he has this from when he was a kid. He said that when he was a little kid, so he used to go to Lag Baimer parade. If anyone was in Eretz Yisrael, in Yerushalayim, there's Kikar Shabbos. Kikar Shabbos, dort in the Gula, Me'esharim meet. It's like a big junction. And over there, they make every year Chadorim, Talmud Teiros, thousands of kids come. It's Lag Baimer parade. Lag Baimer Kinus. And he says, as a kid, his cheder took him and he sat there. I say, so he got a pekela. They all get a pekela with a bottle of water. He gets his specular, he says, the Nashi understands. And he says, then there's a penny. There's a penny. So he asked, what's the penny for? So they told him it's to be able to give tzedakah. So he said, these Lubavitchers, they're giving me money to give money. He probably couldn't get it. He's never heard of such a thing in his life. So I was having this conversation with this Yid. I didn't understand the punchline. So it's like, yeah. It's to do tzedakah. Tzedakah means to fundraise. Tzedakah is a language, a way to fundraise. You don't give money to take money. Het gibt getracht in Kop that there's such a thing called the Matorah itself. And then he started telling me, he said, like, you know that the Rebbe would give people money to do tzedakah. There's a yada mechalekes tzedakah. See, this whole musik, which by us is, I mean, to me, it could be, in the Welt already, like everything, it's already become more ingrained. But we're learning, he said he's still going to wrap his head around it. That there's a purpose in the thing itself, not in the matorah. There's nothing is a emtsoy. This is it. In Poshet Verter, what Chassidus does is, it takes away the focus that everything over here is a pruzdur, a way to get somewhere. The purpose is where you are, what you're doing. Umemele, Kumuven, what I'm doing is the most important thing, that therefore it could never lose its value. L'chaim. Ay, 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 la da, oh, ay, la da, oh. Ay, da, la da, da, oh. You remember how to do this? You remember how to do this? Yeah? Make stomach aches, you know. It make you a stomach ache, a headache. You remember. L'chaim. I'm like singing a solo. I'm like singing a solo over here. I have to sing also in the mic. Ay, 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 la da, ay, 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 oh, oh, was? I'm not going to. I'm going to make it pretty What about you? Yeah, 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 yeah. You stroll, yeah?
Yeah. Pero.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Ma, 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 ma. Yeah, yeah, la, da, yeah, la, da, yeah, da. Yeah, la, da, yeah, 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 da. Yeah, la, da. Hi la da la ya la da da ya da. Lezen, is dat de geheim misschien? Is dat een geheim? Hi la da ya 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 da ya la da. Oh ya la da la ya la da da ya da. If I knew I could make a copy, start the copy.
We asked someone who knows.
Okay.
I don't know.
Ah ya ya la da. Ah ya ya da ya.
How much coffee do you want?
Niklo.
Spoons, 2 spoons.
No.
3 spoons.
No. Yeah,
Milk?
5. No milk, no sugar. 5 spoons.
It's on the table.
Ay, 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 da, ya da, ya, 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 da, ya da. Ay, la da, ya, 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 da. Chaim. Yeah. L'chaim kann man sagen. L'chaim Benzi. Benzi Goppin. L'chaim. Chaim Nossen. Wir sagen L'chaim. Ja? Ich kann schon nicht kallen machen, das Schiddich. Ich kann sagen L'chaim. Is you ready? Ja? Ja. Okay. L'chaim. There's a word. The Rebbe Marash says, "Kama in Yonim was passt nicht für a Chosid." Yeah. So 7 se passt nicht, and the 7 se passt je. Se passt nicht, not to learn Chassidus. Se passt nicht, not to be besimche. And the list goes on. But then it comes to the last one. And this is surprising. Se passt nicht for a Chassid to be involved in Machlekes L'Shem Shamayim. There's a letter from the Alter Rebbe to Ramesh Meisels. It's printed in Beis Rebbe. Where he says that Reiv HaTzoris VaHaTlois come from Machlekes L'Shem Shamayim. If you ask, why? If it's L'Shem Shamayim, it's good. If it's L'Shem Shamayim, that's the purpose. That, in other words, the means justifies the end. Machlekes is a bad thing. Categorically. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good. But if it's going to be the Shem Shamayim and you're looking to do good, so what's wrong with Machlekes? So without Chassidus, Itaka doesn't make sense. And Al Pi Nigla Machlekes Shem Shamayim is a blessed thing. Zogt Chassidus, no. A thing can never be measured by its results. A thing always has to be measured by what it is. If it's machlekes, it passt nicht. I'm not saying it's aser, but it passt nicht. A chassid can't do something that's wrong for something that's right. Because chassidus, or wie the Sprache is Chabad mont pnimis. And pnimis means that what's negeya over here and now. Maybe let's crystallize that. What does it mean that Chabad mont pnimis? Pnimis doesn't mean to not do because somebody else is watching. I mean, that's not a chitzen, that's childish. A chitzen is the taich, he's doing it for something else. I'm here, but really, in Ivrit they say, hu pozel, when I say in English. He's looking over his shoulder somewhere else. Is nicht da. If you mekayim a mitzvah because of schar ve'enish, you're not thinking about tefillin. If you're doing it because of shibud alev ameich, any other reason. A pnimi is the taich. The only thing that's happening now is this. What the matara of this is the thing itself. Umemele, if it's machlekes, it's wrong. Period. That's a chush in Darkei Chassidus. Was idus? It doesn't smell right. There's a there was Kinnis HaShluchim, Tafshin Mem Zayin. So the Rebbe said then a very, I would almost say a shocking sikha. And it was counterintuitive. It was the opposite of what you would think. The Rebbe described the difference between a shliach and a asken. So what's the difference between the way everybody else deals in askonos in the Welt and the way Chassidus wants we should do it? A asken comes min aklal al prat. He comes and he understands the situation in the city and he wants to help. He understands the situation of a person and he wants to help. Masha ein kein Chassidus or a shliach, meaning the way the Rebbe wants you should work is, you come to a place, you're not thinking about the community. You're meeting people. And I'm dealing with you. And I'm helping you build your sukkah. I'm not saving a kehillah. I'm dealing with people. And even when I deal with people, I'm not making you through. I'm making you do a mitzvah. It's min aprat el aklal. Now it sounds like just the opposite of what you'd expect. Chassidus, if you think about the kavone, and memele you're gonna have a chayis, and you're gonna a chassid tracht breit. So what's the word? Because when an asken comes and I speak to a person, and when I'm talking to you, I'm thinking about the community, then I'm not talking to you. I want to save the community. But what I'm doing over here is you're an intermediary. You happen to be a member of the community, so you're helping me towards my goal. By Chassidus, that's impossible. There's no such thing as doing something for something else. It has to be that the thing itself has value. And it's going to be nirgish. It's going to be nirgish when you're talking to a person and you know, like, I know, everyone knows in that field of work, I'm a teacher, you know, you deal with a class, you could talk to a bacher, and he feels in a second whether you're caring about the matzav of the yeshiva or the class, or you're talking to him. You're having a different conversation. Are you trying to help him, or are you trying to save the class? And Pashat, the only way to save the class is through dealing with Anoshim Prati. So, what Chassidus git is, that a chassid is a pnimi. The way the Rebbe would always talk about the Magid, Mekem Chal Tanach. Where you are, you are. This is what's happening. There's Pinchas Nun Aleph. The Rebbe, it was a special Farbrengen. It was a bit of a different style. In those years, the Rebbe didn't talk the language so much. But the Rebbe said the story. Seder is doch given that by the Rebbe Rashab, Farbrengens were rare. There was 3 times a year Farbrengen. Simchas Torah, Tes Kislev, and Purim. And the Farbrengen of the Rebbe Rashab meant that this is the time when the Rebbe Rashab is saying Chassidus in a different language. You know, all the Mamorim, it's soft, it's mamish quotes, and Yeshleimar is like a halbe Wort. Even talking about the Niflois, Shebe Niflois of Ein Beis, it's all working within the framework of Amalek Chassidus. It's a stickler of the Mittler Rebbe with Asbar. The only time where the Rebbe Rashab is talking Chassidus Kielu in the eigene Sprach, I mean, the emphasis in our day, it's the same thing. The Rebbe's Mamorim were very much structured on a previous Maimah. But the Sikhs, the Rebbe is saying, Kielu, the eigene Sprach. Now we're talking free. So you read in Teire Shalom, it's like Nu in Yonim. It's Chassidus Ba'azbara. So Kamuven, for a Bacher in Teichet Mimim, he's waiting for the Farbrengen. This is like the highlight 3 times a year. Already by the Friedrich Rebbe it changed. There was much more often Farbrengen. Came to the Farbrengen, and man singt an Nigen. So you imagine the frustration of a Bacher. He's standing over, he came to hear the Sichas. Nigunim we could sing ourselves. Yeah? So we're singing a Nigen, and everyone's waiting for the Sicha. And there's a limited time on the clock how long the Farbrengen is going to last. So the longer the Nigen is, the shorter there's going to be less Teichen, Pashat. I mean, the less Gili Alakus. It's not. So they sang the Nigen fast. So the Rebbe said this story. Pinchas Nun Aleph. So the Rebbe Nishma didn't stop them. He realized that why they're singing fast. And he said, Apnimi can't work that way. If you're doing something, it has to be business stuff. If you're singing in Nigen, this is the only thing that's happening. It can't be that you're singing in Nigen and as a Hagdoma to something else. So if this is what we're doing, this is where we are. It says, by Chassidim, the value of Pnimis means not just not to be spoiled, not to care about mayimru, or to do things for other people. Pnimis means not to think about other things. That where I'm involved business stuff. And this is important. What I'm doing has value. That's a touch, a chayis in a ever. Every prat, doesn't make it difference if we're talking in Afatze, or if we're talking in Avedei Matzmei. You know, the Rebbe, by the Rebbe, this is, I mean, like everything in Chassidus, it becomes so much sharper in Deir HaShvi. Everyone reads the Rebbe's Farbrengens. The first message is that there's now. There's the present moment. And today is, as the tziruf of this day, this Yom Tiv, and this day in the month, and this Paras Shavua, together with this Rambam, and this is happening, it's the first and only time it will ever happen, this is it. And it's fully present now. There's nothing else. A normal person thinks as, what is now? Now is Akdama for tomorrow. But the Rebbe, there's no such thing. There's a language in the Rebbe's Farbrengens, especially in the early years, it comes up a few times. Ich will nicht sagen, dass Zeit ist kurz, aber Zeit ist teuer. I don't want to say time is short, but time is precious. It's a tiefe word. Time cannot be short. By definition, if time is the specific, there's a certain potential, a certain aveda which has to happen. It can't be that there's not enough time to make that happen because the time is the matara. The matara is to make today work properly. There's not enough of today. That doesn't make sense. Time cannot be short. There's never, but time is precious. In other words, every moment has its fullest potential which has to be squeezed out and it's never going to come back. Where I am now, this is the matter. The Rebbe told, it's gerade also, more than once, there was a sefer over here, Matlin. He came to the Rebbe once and he told the Rebbe that he doesn't want to bother the Rebbe. But he wants to ask a question. So he said, ich will nicht nehmen von der Rebbe's Zeit. I won't take the Rebbe's time. So the Rebbe said, time is not mine. The time is the Eibishter's. The Rebbe said the same thing. The Belzer Rebbe came. Also, he was being polite. He said, I think he thanked the Rebbe for the time. I thank for the Zeit. The Rebbe said, I'm not giving you my time. What's this Zeit? Mimonovshach. If it has to happen, so this is the only thing that's going to happen. And if not, then it won't happen. There's no... Every rega has its value, has its weight. So time is precious. You know, we're not used to speaking this language. Someone once told me, as Lubavitchers have stolen the Lubavitcher Rebbe from the Welt. Was heißt? I'm saying, if anything we're good at doing is being mefarsim, everyone should know. So he said one thing. But you never appreciate, you never talk about the Rebbe, the godless. Because the Rebbe is so nifla, and the Nossi and the Shomaklolis and all, it's good. So you never realize what you're talking about, like, it's Eved Hashem. Like, just to watch how this... So sometimes, you know, you look at, it's like a pelledige Zach. The Rebbe is always in a rush. The way the Rebbe comes into the Farbrengen, it's a person nicht in Zeit. Yeah, the Rebbe said, the Rebbe told Reb Shmuel, Tavshin Yud Gimel, as he still hasn't made up from the time from the Farbrengen. The Reb Shmuel asked the Rebbe to Farbrengen Chayelul, Yud Beis. So the Rebbe said, I still haven't made up those 2 hours. But the Rebbe, a minute is a minute. And you could say, Pasha Begashmis, the Rebbe rushes into the Farbrengen holding the brown bag, me kommt da rein, me leift da reis, like this. The second the Farbrengen finishes, the Siddur is shut, and Pasha, there's no Ruhe ke Aroizgin. It's always purposeful. If you watch the Farbrengen, you'd think we're talking about a person which has bleakville time on his hands. It's slow, repetitive, benachas. Pashut, now's the Farbrengen. Right now is the Farbrengen. There's nothing, you would never guess how fast the Rebbe is going to leave the Farbrengen. Right now, this is the only thing. If I'm singing a nigen, it is a nigen. Klain avort chsidis is avort chsidis. This is what chsidis does to a person. Chsidis takes a person and it makes him by force to be a pnimi. What is to be a pnimi? Not to look at any sibah chitzenis or any teichen outside of what I'm doing. Yeah. We live in such a shitchizdige world where everything we're always measuring, and everybody comes fachapt from it. We're always measuring like in big picture. We hate details because we know the big news that's happening in the world, and everything is grace. So to focus and to sit on one, I mean, it's like in the most craziest ways. Like you want vacation, so you go on vacation and you start taking pictures. You can't be here to be fully present in whatever you're doing. After begashmis, is what Chassidus does to a person is a yeder zach in avitas Hashem, and everything in life, he's ruik because it's purposeful. It's teichen. This is the only thing that is. In Pashut Verter, to be a pnimi and not to be a chitz. Pashut. Not just, not the zulas, but not to be involved in anything else while I'm doing something. You know, everyone knows the Maise with Mizak Chilim, with David Aradoker. that the Rebbe Nishma Seiden came into Zal, and everyone stood up because he just came back from a Levaya. And the minig is he sit on 7 chairs, and he say Yeshiva B'Seiser. So he sat down on 1 chair, and everyone stood up in Zal. Besides, there was one bacher sitting by the table. He didn't stand up. He didn't notice the Rebbe came in. He was davening. And as the Rebbe went around, sat in 7 chairs and said Yeshiva B'Seiser. And when he went out, he said, this is the keren. In every investment, you have the capital. He said, all the capital is here. It was worth being the valgeren on the kvarim, all the years of preparation to make them chitmimim, the gashmias, the investments, the keiches, everything. That you could have a person which doesn't notice something else happening. That when he's davening, he's davening. This is techitmimim. So we're coming to fire Chassidus. The first thing that we want to take out is Pashat, Ahora Lepnimis, Ahora Le'esyashvus. That where I am, I am. You know, Amol, people didn't have so many details going on in their life. Today, everyone's, the Pashat, like the amount of contacts you have on your phone is like, the brain is not, we're not built to be saved so much information, so much ongoings. And there's a pizra nefesh. In our day, so the Rebbe took this even for, what is in the Rebbe's language, what is Chassidus? Chassidus is Yechide. Yechide means to see the etzem of everything. Whatever I'm doing, this is it. So to turn a mitzvah, in Pashat Verte, I'm doing a mitzvah, the only thing that's happening when I'm doing this mitzvah is this mitzvah. Maybe let's say it even sharper. Wir sitzen da junge Leid, ja? Und junge Leid kann man reden ein bisschen mehr offen. When we're at home, or we're worried about our kids, some of the Elam Hotchen Kinder over here, or anyone which doesn't chinuch, the way we work always is thinking about the reishim, the impression it's going to make. We're trying to create an atmosphere. We're trying to do something. Umemele, b'shas maisa, I'm never here. I'm making Chanukah at home. So I'm in the menere. What am I doing? I'm making sure that the kids are involved, and I'm making sure that there's a happening, there's a tutze Chanukah in Stub. I'm not, ich zin nicht menere. I'm making an atmosphere as soll sein. Why? In order that the kids should know about Menera. Why do I care that the kids should know about Menera? What do you mean? So they should be able to like the Menera. That they should be able to make the atmosphere for their kids at home, yeah? It's like, in order there should be the atmosphere, in order to keep, like, it's Amolat HaKluge Yid gesagt. Someone once said he wants to meet the last person that all the generations are working for. Everybody's like investing to make another, that person must be a very important person with so much work. Who is this? It was, in other words, Pashat. Chassidus is saying one thing. If it's important now. This is important. This is important. I don't know if it's, we should get involved. I'm not sure exactly. Everyone, we say, you have conversations, a deal in teaching, in chinuch, so I have conversations with people in the same tchum. Everybody's always figuring out how to give a bacher or to give a child, like from when he's 5 years old, to give him tools for learning. So he should know how to learn. So when he's 5 years old, he's learning how to learn, and then when he's in Yeshiva G'dayla, he's learning how to learn, and when he's in Kailul, he's going to learn how to learn. In order they should know how to learn. When's he going to learn? When's he going to learn? We're all learning how to learn. So it's like there's different, and I'm not thinking the tools have to be given. Everybody understands the tools have to be given and it has to be done right. But the reason why a Melamed is standing with a Kitta and learning with them a pasuk Chumash is not that they should know how to learn Chumash. Chas v'shalom. The reason is because this is Hevel PM shel Teneke shel Beis Rabim. And for they wouldn't be mevatel to verbinden Beis Hamikdash. And this morning got me gesagt a birchas atayra in order to do this. And I'm doing the most heilige thing in the world. This is it. This is it. I'm sitting now with the Eibishter's Kinder and we're learning Torah. That's what's happening. This is Pasha Perek Hey. I mean, without Perek Hey. This is what Avedis Hashem is. This is a Yid. Now, moving if you're doing it, so you want to do it right. Which Chelik in Torah should you learn? Okay, so it's the Farbrengen by somebody which knows what to say. This is Chamish Lemikra. Aber was to... When I'm learning, I mean, okay, I learned Chassidus with Bachrim. The reason we're learning Chassidus is in order to learn Chassidus. It's because today is a very important day. And this is what's happening. And this is the most valuable thing. It's not to be able to learn how to learn Chassidus. It's not, I'm preparing you for when exactly. Right now, the most important thing in the world is learning Chassidus. This is it. It's so basic. It's so poshut. But in Mohammed Azam is shug in a world where everything is about career and chasing after something and building. So we're never here. We're never here. The reason why you're having a Suda Shabbos and you say singing Asadir is because this is a piyut from the Arizal and it's an unzer nusach. This is what you're supposed to do. And du willst braven Shabbos. Or if you want to sing a Nigen. And this is what's happening. It's not in order to make an atmosphere at home. So your kids should also know how to do it. So they should be able to make their Shabbos Sudas to make a thing. The reason is because I am a Yid and I want to brave Shabbos. You ever watch the Rebbe's Farbrengens? What's happening Shabbos? Right now there's nobody in the room who cares about the fact that this is like, my name is Baruch and the Cheshbon and the thing. The Rebbe is praving Shabbos right now. And it's like the most important thing in the world. When the Rebbe pravet Yom Tiv. But by Chassidus, there's nothing. It happens to be also as my name is Baruchin. If you'll have a good Shabbos, you'll have a better week. It's true. But the purpose of Shabbos is my name is Baruchin. Du benkst dich noch Woch. You're looking for a afterwards, for something that you're going to be able to do. The matara is this. As we learn about Chassidus, the M is anything. You learn about Chassidus, the only thing that's happening now is about Chassidus. And it can't be as a Mtsoi in order to have, not even like the Rebbe said, not even Favidish Belev. Grade, it's the best way. It will make you happier. It will make you more Yirei Shamayim. But it has to be that this is a Tachlis Farzich. Everything has a Tachlis. It's a Atzmizdike thing. This is the basics of Pnimis. To be a Pnimi. A mitzvah is a mitzvah, a din is a din, a good morning is a good morning. It's not in order to make friends. If I have 5 minutes left in my life, so what am I going to do with it? Whatever I would do with those 5 minutes, I should do now. Because that's important. That's it. Whatever I want should happen, that's going to happen now. This is the yesod. That we're not here for something. The askin cares about the klal. The shliach is involved in the prat. The only thing is the prat. A chitzen is a davar amos by Chassidim. Why? Because you could never krich out of it. If you're going to constantly be chased, there's never going to be a time when you reached. Because there's always something else. So one thing, if we come out from Kislev, is that Chassidus should give us a chayis. And a chayis in the language, the Lashon Chassidus is always a chayis pnimi. Chayis pnimi means that I become alive. Not that some kind of life is dragging me or overpowering me. I become alive. That we should be able to be present. Pashut. In what I'm doing. And to understand the value in what I'm doing. And everyone, whatever he does, it's nicht negeya. If you're in business, there can't be that the reason you're in business is only to make money. Because the money you get at the end. It has to be that this is a value over here. There's a purpose for me being here. This is the basics of Hashgacha Pratis. This is what Chassidus is saying the whole time. That nothing is in an emtsoi for something else. If you're here, it's because you're supposed to be here. Zog the Rebbe, if you're here, it's because you're supposed to speak to someone. That's why you're supposed to be here. I can't be that something is only emtsoi. But in Chassidus language, that doesn't make sense. The Rebbe even took it further. Don't know if in our scholarship is there. But his havus b'chol rega in till deira shvi meant one thing. To explain Achtas Hashem. Bittul Eilam is Achtas Hashem. The Rebbe spoke a new language. His havus b'chol rega means, therefore, that today is new. And today is not the tomorrow of yesterday, and it's not the yesterday of tomorrow. Today is a day. And this moment is a moment. The Rebbe touched up a new dereher in Aveda from the Havus b'chol rega. The Rebbe spoke about it when they were waiting for the Tavshin Lamed. After Yud Agadol, the group, everyone knows, they're waiting for the plane, and people were looking at the watch. So, by the Farbrengen, because they're going to miss the flight. So the Rebbe said the plane hasn't been created. The time when the plane hasn't been created. Right now there's a Farbrengen. This is the only thing that's happening. Because it's Havus b'chol rega. So the first Yisod we want to get out of Chassidus, which is basics, as Chabad, Mont, Pnimis. Not to be a chitzen. And not to be a chitzen doesn't mean, sometimes we have this tziur of some kind of Zalman climbing picture where a Pnimi is covered in a talus and angeschwollen upon him. A Pnimi just means that he's not chitzen. That he's not involved in any ulterior things while he's doing something. He's present. A misnagit, okay, I don't know if I have to, because I'm mitzvah, you discuss Kislev, if okay, you know the meisim with the Navardiker. Okay. Let's just say it differently. The chitzen is taking pictures of himself the whole time. Not just to show other people. Okay, that's a different kind of machle. Maybe after Bavarim. I'm not talking about the person who goes on vacation and takes pictures to show somebody else. He needs to see someone. That's a different thing. I'm talking about, he's taking pictures for himself. I'm talking about he's taking pictures to record it. So when are you on vacation? You're working very hard. When are you on... You're like collecting pictures of yourself. So it's like private vacation. So, this looks very good. Okay, so it's a mutzachtige vacation. It's like he's learning, he's doing something, and now he's realizing what he's doing. The whole thing is all about collecting stuff, which is it's not normal. I'm not making fun of it because I don't suffer from it. It's a shared problem. We all, wherever we are, is Chassidus. The first thing Chassidus does is it just calms you down. That what's happening is important. Yeah. So the Navardiker. So man sagt, Navardiker language, there's something called the Hefkeris. The Hefkeris means, so that is Skafia, and it's a similar idea to Skafia. Skafia is talking about the Eibishter. Hefkeris means that you're like mafkir yourself. Basically, if you mavaza yourself, or you dobrecht sich, it's called the Hefkeris. In the old Navardiker language. There's just no mention of Stal Yikara de Kutchabrichu, but it's about like brechen sich. So there's once a Navardiker who had a bowl of ice cream. So he's sitting with his bowl of ice cream, and he decided he's going to make a hefkedus, and he's not going to have the bowl of ice cream. Then he was mismala. Obviously, he was very proud of his hefkedus, and he was in smale yeshes and gaive, and he realized he's the Chabal Musar. He's constantly inspecting himself, so he realized as he's full of gaive. And Kumta is the not eating the ice cream gave him more gaive, so he's going to have to now break the gaive. So he decided he's befirish going to eat the ice cream in order to break the gaive. So he has another hefkedus. Kids, at the end of the day, he said, I had 2 Efkedison and a ball of ice cream. So, what's the issue? That he's praving Efkedis. Just don't do it. He's constantly inspecting it. That's a chitzen. That's a chitzen. He's doing, and b'shas maise, he's like fully matzliach to appreciate what just happened. Just move on. So Amol, Chaim Sholem Deitch always says a maise. It's actually a very tifa maise. There was a bacher who he was madrich. He was very involved. He says he was I don't know who this person is, but he says he was a very serious bacher and a pnimizdika bacher. He took himself very seriously. He was madrichim in Aveide, and getom mit sich, bacher landen. And over time, this bacher mamish grew. Then he went to New York. So before he went, he's preparing for Yechidus. So this bacher sat down and wrote a reshimis of a sikkum of his whole life. And Chaim Shalom said he read it. He said, we're talking about a level of maturity and introspection. Person who, Pashat, he appreciates dakas dike Sachen, and he knows exactly where he's holding. He knows his milas and his chisreines and what could happen. You know, like alle protim, wie a cheshbon nefesh is supposed to look like. It was like a pile of papers. He wrote down to give in to the Rebbe. This is like he's coming for Yechidus. If I'm not mistaken, I think, I'm confusing, but I think in those days it was when there was a tkufa when you would give in the papir, you would give in the zettel before Yechidus. And when you come in, it would already be by the Rebbe on the table. So Al Kopanim, he came in, maybe it wasn't, maybe he gave it, handed in, but I think the Rebbe picked up the pile of papers, and the Rebbe said, "Hast geschrieben a ganze chibur." You wrote a whole chibur, a shod. In der Zeit was gekannt schreiben a chibur in Teire. You wrote a whole thing all about yourself. It's a shame. Maybe you could have been used that time to be masber tesis. So, what did he do wrong? Cheshbon nefesh. He became the story. He became about experiencing the experience. L'chaim. We'll have na horele pnimis. L'chaim. We're communicating? What's your name? I recognize you. Huh? We met before. By Nossen's L'chaim, that's right. Right.
Like Beimer, when Morchim and David came, so the Rebbe was all upset. So you should come out to a concert. I think that the Rebbe, was in a rush somewhere. Then 3-4 hours, 5 hours, the Rebbe.
Right.
The
Yeah.
Rebbe said that for an oil or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Ya la da, ya la da, la da. La da da, ya yo da. Re ya la da la, ya ma yo da. Re yo da, yo la da wa. Oh wow, it's the mechanic. I didn't recognize you. La mama ya yada, nere ya la da da ya yo yada yo, nere ya la da la ya wa yo. Oh, yeah, na 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 ya na ya di mama. Ah, yeah, na 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 ya la da. Quiet Mama. Ay, 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 di maler Allah, ay, 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 da, ya, na, 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 ya, ya, ma, 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 ma. לחיים, לחיים. There's no, mach עכשיו ברכס. Mach. Fine, in Baltimore it's happening already also. Glaub me. No, we had now. Don't ask. Okay. There's a... Reb Shalom Feldman always used to say, so da Sachen, was werden eingebacken in the Beine. Shalom Feldman, he always used to describe there was a Simchas Torah in Kfar Chabad. And by this Farbrengen, basically, mit getan Sarkophas, mit verbracht, they decided that they're going to go to Reb Shlomo Chaim's house. So they landed in Reb Shlomo Chaim's house, and he wasn't expecting them. So he didn't have some food around, so he didn't have food for them. He didn't have. So his daughter was running around trying to put something together, a piece leftovers from Yom Tov, a psazach. So Reb Shlomo Chaim called over his daughter. Now the aim of the Maisa is more about Shalom Feldman than Shlomo Chaim. Shalom Feldman had a chush to listen. This is like eavesdropping on a dvarim, but the mamish sichas chulim between Reb Shlomo Chaim and his daughter. Aber this is, Yisrael Gordon always says Amol, mir sagt allemal, Amol gewen Chassidim, Amol hat mir gewen auf wenn zu gucken, heint ist nicht da, wenn zu gucken. So Yisrael Gordon always says in Stammes. Heint ist da, wenn now there's also who to look at. Amol hat mir mechanisch gewen gucken. Today there's no one who's looking. Amol hat mir mechanisch gewen as a kind, look at the Ältere. Or to look at a young man. Look, be makabel. Kapanim. And kind of mocking. But Amol, the chinuch wasn't, people weren't perfect Amol. But Amol, there was a chush. This person has a zorit fei, he has a strength. Cash in on it. Take a kid and listen to his davening. Don't watch anything else. And don't ask him pshat and teisvis. Oh, but take what he has. Amol, there was a chush to fakert. There's no chachma in finding out that people have chisrenis. I mean, of course, there's a in Haze, Rishonim gave him bay. That's not the chiddush is when you find there's a spark of something good. And Amol Megarata chush. Whenever you see something good, cash in on it. Nem a kind. Soll man gucken, not just for a kind, for sich. The point of the Farbrengen wasn't to find the Yanim's chisaron. That's not the chiddush. For that, you don't need the Farbrengen. I mean, you walk down the street. The world's full of chisrenis. The chiddush is to find fakert, to bring out what the person has. Everybody should bring to the table what they have, not what they don't have. Kapanim, Shalom Feldman zicher gat as a chush. When he saw a yid, he was looking to take. So he heard Reb Shlomo Chaim talking to his daughter. Reb Shlomo Chaim had gesagt as and for 50 years later he didn't stop chazering it. So he's obviously reingegangen in the Beine. Gib was du hast. Was du hast nicht, bet men bei dir nicht. Und sei nicht zu tragen. Give what you have. What you don't have, no one's asking you for. And don't be zutragen. This is the basics of what pnimi is. If you don't have it, you're not being asked for it. Mele, it's not chisaron if you don't have it. All of Yush begins when we imagine some kind of tzir, which we're not, and then we're trying to live we live up to it, and we're not neshayches to them. Or sometimes we're even imagining a tzir that we were, but we're not. Mele verich verloren bei sich. Mele verich zerbrochen. So it's either all or nothing. There was a Yid, Monk Gruzman, if anyone remembers him. He was a Magachir in Nigling for Chabad, but the Rebbe told him, there's more than one letter, the Rebbe told him that he should be Madrich Bachram in Aveda, and Aveda should believe, and Davening, there's different heroes. To get involved in talking to Bachram also. So there's this Bacher who was once talking to Monke. It's a Saguta Maisi. He tells Monke as a field as in Shaykhs zu Gansht. And this is not bepnimius, and this is nicht das. When Mele, he's in ganzen Oismensch, and there's no solution, and he's not Shaykhs to anything. The kids, he feels sefalt in pnimis. So Monke told him, maybe you're chitzen. As a pnimis to gewort, he wasn't expecting. What's wrong? Maybe this is what you're supposed to be. The biggest chitzen is this she'ife for some kind of perfect picture of a pnimi. There's nothing more chitzenistic than that. So this is where you are. You are who you should be. What's bothering you? What's bothering you is that you are not what you are, or you're not what you wanted to be. In Perek Yud Gimel, the Alter Rebbe says, there's a few places in Tanya, Tanya is doch Yichidis. There's a few places where it comes out, you mamish hear the Alter Rebbe talking, like in first person. Perek Yud Gimel sagt der Alter Rebbe, Hareini keire la'avosom shbitfilosam sfas emes tiken la'ad. There are those which are going to hold that the Benin's davening is not true. And it's on a certain level, it's not true davening. V'haraya, it passes. Oh, but the Alter Rebbe says, I insist, Hareini keire la'avosom shbitfilosam sfas emes. Ich halt nicht das. Ich halt that we're not looking for emes. We're looking for pnimis. Emes, look somewhere else. We're looking for my emes. We're looking for Basher Husham. Mele, I hold, in other words, Chabad holds. Chassidus, Alter Rebbe is saying, Ich halt, Hareini keire la'avosom shebitfilosam sfas emes. This is truth, because it's your truth. There was once the alle Protem, there was someone who came to the Biel's house without getting involved with the Yale told him a sharper word. He said that Reb Sheil once told someone, Achere gewen am snagit. What's the Deutsch? Acher, it says that Acher went through Aliyah's, you read this, Acher was who he was, and then he had an nefila. And then he heard a baskel which says, Shuvu bonim shevavim chutz me'acher. So Acher decided, Eibazei, so he's going to be able to call Averish Abetera, Anof and all the Inyanim from Ilm Hazeh. He said, in other words, in one language, in one sentence, he said, Eim nicht Ilm Haba, al kopanim Ilm Hazeh. Hat Sheil gesagt, Acher gewen am Misnagit. A Chossid wollte gesagt, Eim nicht Ilm Haba, al kopanim nicht Ilm Hazeh. Was heißt? Where does it come from, this tnuah to look for perfection? Sachitzen. He's not thinking about where he's holding or what he should be doing. He's thinking about some imaginary picture of what should be. A chassid weiß, come over in this madregis. But wherever I am, this is better than lower. This is it. And Rabbi always says, the Rebbe said about Shilim, as he was everything he was supposed to be. He used out every keich that he had. He was his full potential. So Rabbi always says, this is the greatest compliment, is the biggest compliment that could be given to a nivra. He was who he was supposed to be. What we're looking for is one thing. And this is true in Chassidus Bichlal, and in the Rebbe's Teire, it's be'enarich mo. Everything has a purpose. Everything, it can't be that it should be this Yom Tov and this parasha, and it shouldn't be that it's negeya. Everything has its own value. Never as a mitzvah. It can't be, it's just here because of something else. It has to be that this itself becomes its own teichen. Umemele, everywhere we are in life, wherever we are, in any matziv, we could experience it for what it is. So there's different levels of chitzenis. So there is, I'm thinking about something else. I'm thinking for someone else. It could be, I'm thinking for epis akavona klolis. Zogt chassidus, that's not good enough. You have to be thinking about what this is. It's not even as a stepping stone to some perfection. The matore is the Maisa HaMitzvah. The matore is der Pasuk Chumash. You know, I'll tell you a conversation. I just had a conversation with a bacher. I don't know if this is like the tchum of the arbit of the people over here, but everything's shaykhs to everyone. I was just having a conversation with a bacher in yeshiva not long ago. And he told me that the whole thing doesn't make sense, the whole system. We're not allowed to have smartphones in yeshiva. He says, it's ridiculous. He says, do you think I'm not going to have a smartphone? You being mechanech me to not have a smartphone? That's like what you're trying to do. My father has a smartphone, my brother has a smartphone, I'm going to have a smartphone. I'm bringing out much more than a smartphone. Whatever, by the time then, it's going to be much better. What do you think? What are you being mechanech? Is this a game? What are you trying to be mechanech me for? It's impossible to live. He said, Lama Zogan, you'll be able to continue now for a few years without a smartphone. Everybody knows it's going to come a point, 10 years' time, I don't know, when it's going to be impossible to live without it. So what you're being silly. You know? A bacher can amal a good arayin sagen. Yeah. It's like, Bolle lamit v'nim tzalamit. Let's say like this. Yeah. But the most important part of the job is to be makabel. So, I say this is ridiculous. It's stupid rules, and it doesn't make sense. It's not going to happen. It's not practical. And he's right. But as I'm listening to him, I really, me, whoever, everyone, we're doing something very wrong. It's a kranke kasha. Why are you thinking about next year? No, the hanocha pshuta is like this. The only reason why today you shouldn't have a smartphone is in order to be neschanech that next year you shouldn't have a smartphone. In order to, like, for life. If it doesn't happen, why is it important to not have a smartphone? Because it's a better quality life. You could be more of a Yerei Shamayim, you could be more settled, you can be more focused without it. So now this year you're going to have a very good year. That's like lay all up in machshav. So must zayin that I'm sorry for something else. You're not well. Why is it for something else? And if your whole life is good, why? Because you live for 70 years. So I'm telling you that for 2 of them it's going to be good. Nu is doch good. Elamai, we're so into the kavona klolis, the matziv, where we're going to reach, we're just not, there can never be what's happening today. Amolot is geheißen, let's put it like this. Amolot is geheißen that to learn chassidus you have to understand. But to daven, everyone's shaykh. I just think it's like to be shaykh is to daven. Everyone daven. V'ani tefillah. Tefillah is mulmata l'mayla. You can't be lower than yourself. Tefillah is me. Teire, good. You have to have kishreines, you have to know how, you have to... Heint is geworden verkehrt. Everyone could learn. Could learn lower, higher, everyone could learn. Davening is like beyond. What's so scary about davening? I think it's a pashta zach. Amol, the purpose of davening was the davening. Today, it's always about checking results. Good. You're not going to see. You're not going to receive results. If the purpose of davening is in order to grow, in order to become, the whole word of davening is that the purpose is for today. It's to get to davening, not in order to happen. It's to sich treffen mit der Eibishter. That's the matter, and that's so difficult because everything is all about a currency of results. Bekitzer, se fällt Pnimis. And never mind Pnimis, his Yashvus. To be able to daven, because if davening is a good thing, trachten auf Wort Chassidus. Just for this. The Rebbe spoke Shmini, not Shmini, Achen Shal Pesach Mem Dalet. It's a very special Farbrengen. Bein Advarim, the Rebbe said that we find a very interesting thing, that Achen Shal Pesach Mamorim, a lot of them we don't have. Was heißt? The Rebbe said the Maimer, not as part of the Hemshech, the Rebbe Nishma said, whatever. So talking about the Rebbe Nishma saying, the Rebbe Rashab said Mamorim, and he didn't write them. So the Rebbe was masbir why. Must sein that there is amol such a thing as doing something without having results. Sometimes you have to just say a Maimach Chassidus, not in order to be able to afterwards have a hanocha, to be able to publish. There's a musig of learning Chassidus for learning Chassidus. The reason why the Maimon Achen Shal Pesach and Tov Freish Samach Zayin happened was for them. Says das a Sach. So the Rebbe touched up on their fact. There has to be a musik of a person learning Chassidus just for itself, not for any ulterior motives. Not for Farbrengen, not for Afot Samayonis, not for anything. I mean, if there's anyone who cares for Afot Samayonis, who taught anyone to care for Afot Samayonis, it's the Rebbe. But there has to be a musik of learning not for Afot Samayonis. So the Rebbe said, I'll call upon him half an hour a week, trachten in Chassidus. And this half an hour shouldn't be for any other inyan. The Rebbe is talking, the Rebbe is talking in some 70 to Balabatim, yeah? So that's what the Rebbe is expecting. Half an hour a week, I'll call upon him. But the even of Trachten Chassidus shouldn't be bichdei to do anything with it. Sedoa Mola Zach just for it itself. This is the purpose. Mekum Farbrengen, anything. Why, to be able to be present by Seder Nigunim. I don't know, in every shul, yeah, in Koranites, there's a Seder Nigunim. So everyone by Seder Nigunim is like opening books. Yeah. It's like some Sefer said, Halavai Shispal Lodem Kolayim. Havos. Because you see that if everybody will Mispal Kolayim, Voltem Gevarim Geresis Tamid Chachamim. Everyone opens for him, B'shas they learn, B'shas they daven. So if there would be it's halavai, alle Voltem Gevarim Geresis Lomdim Mispal Kolayim. It's not well. It's not normal. It's Chassidus, what it does is it gives a chayis in the pratim. It gives a chayis in the zachal lane. There's a teichen to a Farbrengen. The end of the Farbrengen is the Hamaisu Eiker. If the purpose of the Rebbe's Farbrengen would be to give Hamaisu Eikers, to give Heiroes, it wouldn't take 4 hours. There's a list. You could get these tzedlach, a sikkum of the Hamaisu Eikers from alle Farbrengens. It doesn't take so long. The purpose of the Farbrengen is the Farbrengen. Durch dann Arashe, Einin Chassidus. For this. That today, this Shabbos should be Visadarf zu sein, to be a Yiddish Shabbos. It's not commercial. It's purposeful. It's this. the test, if Chassidus has done anything for us, so when it comes to Talmud HaTzveiten, so we know this. I mean, it's not, maybe we have to calm down. What Chassidus has given us. That's the Metzias. There was a Yechidus with Real Zimmer. The Rebbe told him, what's the Lubavitcher Shita in Afotze? As if there's going to be a Psayid, was ein ganzen Arab vom Weg, he's totally, Arab vom Weg. Ad kedei kach that he's celebrating Choge with Goyim. Pashut, he's celebrating the birthday of Esei Aish, which I think even today in America, a regular Yid, when talking about totally secular, doesn't celebrate Choge. Talking about someone who's verfallen in Ganzen. And by this party, he's sitting and Farbrengen with his Goyim. So the Shittas Lubavitch is to make sure that he's going to eat kosher food by that party. Not to take him away, because it's not practical. But to make sure that he eats kosher essen. With the senior citizens. Yeah, so that, it was Haddad. It was in Milan. Sheikh Haddad. Huh? He wrote it? That could be he wrote it. I think it was Sheikh Haddad. Yeah, it's similar mice. Akoponim, what's the nukude? What's the nukude? That to be pnimistic, pashut. That thing should be for its own purpose. L'chaim. Okay, it's lange diburim over here. I'm sorry. I'm used to yeshiva, L'chaim. Yeah, na 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 na, yeah 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 yeah.
Somebody asked him. He's going out with a girl. He doesn't like the way her nose looks. So, it's a shallow thing. Not to marry someone because of the way the nose looks. Well, you're a shallow person.
Yeah. Yeah, la da da, yeah, la da da, la da da ya do, yo ye na na la da la ya da, ay. Yom Tov, Sukkos, wir sind in Sukkos Chavrusis. Yom Tov we meet. So we're meeting Yom Tov. That was the klal. Yeah, na 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 na. Ya la da la ya da, la da ya da. Thank you for the booklet. La da ya da. Yo ye na 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 ya da ya ye na na ya na la da ya ye na na ya ma ya la da la da ya do. Yo na 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 na. Ma ya la da yo ye na 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 Nireyo yana ya 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 Nireya ya 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 la da Nireya ya 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 Oh Lord la da la da la da ay da la da da ya 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 la da da mo do da la da oh yo la da di la da da ya ya la da da ya 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 la da oh la da da ya la da da la da da ya 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 la da da ya 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 la da yo ya ya da ya la da ya 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 la da ya 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 la da yo la da da yo la da da ya 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 da ya 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 ma 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 ya la da ya da la da la da da ya do yo yin na 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 la da ya 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 do oh yin na 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 da ya 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 do yo yin na 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 ya ya da ya ya Nre ya la da ya da ya la da ya da la da la da da Nre yo jin na 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 Nre ya ya da ya 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 Nre ya jin na 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 ya 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 Nre ya wa la do Nre yo jin na 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 Nre ya ya da ya 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 Nre ya 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 Nre ya 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 la da ya da ya la da ya da la da ya la da da Re yo re da la da ya da la da da ya 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 la da da ya ya la la da ya Did da wa yo did da ma la da ya 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 la da ya da ya la da ya da la da la da da ya do Es wollte gemein als Zwore be a svara as mezozon lechaim. Huh? V'zok Yisrael.
Controversial
You say lech-
statements like that.
You're right. Today is a great Yom Tiv, and it's very much state in Sefer Minhagim as neegim to make a Farbrengen to sagen lechaim. So all those who mekayim Minhagi Chabad should say lechaim. Lechaim. This is not optional. This is not. Oh. Lechaim. There's a Yid in Yerushalayim. There's a family called Peppenheim. If anyone knows the Mishpache, it's a Skonim in Eida Achredis. It's a Yerushalayim Mishpache. So there was a few years ago, Zalman Berger, who writes Sifrei Atoldes for verschiedene Chassidim. So he was working then on the Sefer Reb Chaim Noy. So he went over to this Peppenheim. He heard that he remembered the Chaim. He was an older person. I think Reb Yankiv Peppenheim, if I'm not mistaken. So he goes over to him, and he started talking memories about Reb Chaim Noy. So then this Peppenheim told Zalman Berger, you should know that I was by the Rebbe in Yechidus. So he was like, okay, Ebazei, he came for Kleingeld, aber. So what was the Maisa? So he said, you should just know that I was by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe changed my life. And everything that I do is all b'schus the Rebbe. Now he's very active in the Kashrus and Eida Achredis. There's this school, B'nai Yerushalayim. It's a school, it's like an old school. There's a Talmud Torah which he was miyasid, saying basically from the great Askanim in Yerushalayim. So what was the Maisa? His name is Peppenheim. I think Rabbi Yankiv. So what was the Maisa? He said basically his family, many deiris Askanim in Yerushalayim, many deiris, and they never took any money from Askanis. That was the Maseidah and the Mishpachi. They had a bookstore where they used to sell Sfarim, and that was the Parnasa. So that's what he did also. He had the bookstore, and he said, but it came to a point where it wasn't working. He didn't have the time to do both. The Sfarim wasn't making any money because he was busy with the Askanis, and Askanis getting Geld. So basically, he came to a point in life where. So there's two options: either to take money from the Askanis, to start taking a salary, or to leave and to go to the. So he spoke to his mother, or maybe to his Baba, and she said, "B'shum meifin you're not allowed to take money from the Askanis." Why? It's shena halba mitzvah. It's not nicht das. You don't want to do an Askanis, don't do. But don't take money from ton for a zweite Yid. That's not an option. But he was very torn. So in Tovshin Chai, he had to go to America, for fundraising, whatever, but he decided that time to meet different Gedolei Yisrael. So he went to the Satmar, he went to different people to meet Messiahites. And nobody found, this is what he said, nobody gave me a word, a clarity in this thing. So then he came to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe had him ausgehört, and he told the Rebbe all the tzaddim. And the Rebbe said he should do an Askanis and take money. So he said, aber es ist doch eine halbe Mitzvah. So the Rebbe said, eine halbe Mitzvah ist nicht kein Mitzvah. That's it. And from that moment, it's interesting, it's a loschen, but suddenly it became clear to him, and it's reingeworfen in the Arbeit, and his 50 years of Askanis in Yerushalayim, is all b'schus that Yechidus. So he told Zalman Berger. What's the vort? Why do you need? I mean, you think about it. Okay, I don't know. It's like seichel hayosher. If you allow chitzenis to take over, so there's always going to be a perfect picture of what the emes asking. And a emes asking is somebody which doesn't take a schar. Or a mele, I can't live with being a halba asking, a halba mitzvah. So other gar the garnished. Yeah. In other words, either I'm learning chassidus for a few hours a day, or not. Half an hour for that, I don't know. Es ist nicht das. Es ist nicht gelernt, es ist nicht das. That's the way a chitzen talks. But the Rebbe, everything is pnimis. Everything is teichen. Als gelegt tefillin auf a Yid, that's the matore. That's it. A Yid dot gegessen kosher, that's it. Let's measure it for itself. What is this? It's not, you can never measure something biyachas to something else. What is this now? Right now, how old am I? Where am I holding? Was montzich for me now? Not what's it helping me in the future, I know what is it biyachas to my past. Like, there's always like a certain shvire as when I was a bocher, so learning meant a certain thing. Or davening meant a certain, or anything. And now, so it's always like so it's a shenish dos, so it like feels silly. That's chitzenis. In Pashto Verte, I'm just saying, again, this is Balabash. Once you have sichel hayosher. Everything I do has its own value. Umemele, that's the only way it could be measured. The only teichen of a thing is, so sahalbim is richtig. The Rebbe didn't say it's not mitzvah. Others, either they told him to leave the askana, so they said, no, but emes, a ganze mitzvah. No, the Rebbe chopped it up and said, you're right, it's half a mitzvah. It's true. So what? So what? There was a Yid over here, okay, without names, but there was somebody that the Zalman Gorari really didn't like. There was more than one person. Yeah, we could be safe to assume. But there was one person, and the Rebbe was very mekar of this person. And Zalman Gorari, it's nicht can't vertragen. So he once told the Rebbe, ist doch a chitzen. So he told the Rebbe. So the Rebbe said, nicht kein chitzen. Das ist Tiefer Wort. It's not chitzen. This is what he is. You're right, he's not Russian. He's not what you, in other words, he's not that. You're right. He's not chitzen. He's that. It's okay. Why is he chitzen? Because he's not, he doesn't have, das ist And as he cooked up pnimi, it's the most chitzenistic thing to measure somebody because he's not something else, so therefore he's a chitzen. The search for pnimi is, there can't be more chitzenis than that. Real is Basher Husham, in this place. What is this? What's this is, there's a value today. Why should I be deiche this machshava zara? Yeah? Or why should I don't know. Jeder eine in seiner Wede. Harei, ich gehe doch nicht werden am Sucher. So. Right now, this is it. This is the nisoyan for this rega. And this is a nisoyan which nobody's ever had. It's me. All of Klal Yisrael, and von alle Deires, there's never been this scenario of me facing this specific nisoyan, and this is my arbit now. Ma kesher that so many times I've been durchgefallen, and, pardon me for saying, the plan is as I get durchfallen many more times in the future. Mit a Geschmack. So what? So what? Right now there's this. And the only way to measure what this is now. Is in this. And in this world it's massive. It's a big nisoyan and I have the keich to be mizgaber. And it's worth it. Because this is the only thing that exists now. In this world, I'll be a sholem. Hareini keir la'avosim shu b'tfilosim sfas emes. The Beinani is the Alter Rebbe Mamshich in Perik Yudalit is afilu, it's a tnuah from a Beinani. Midas a Beinani. Right now he could be in a mode that this is, at this point, this is what happened. And at this point he's a Gibber Yisrael. Avza Matzeva, when you're going to write the sikkum of his life, you're not going to be able to write that because other things also happen. So, the only way I could measure something is in the present. Und Chabad mont pnimis. Pnimis, and the same thing is a gom iftzoim. I'm saying the same. Like the Rebbe too. Why do we have a schwachkeit? You know, you go. Amola was a pashta zach. Every younger man in Crown Heights had people mukaravim he would bring from business. He would bring from Pgisha. There were certain people who stayed in his house. Every person that felt that there were certain people which he was makarev. You mukaravim. So pashta zach. I'm a Lubavitcher. What do you mean? Where does the kaltkeit come in? When you see massive numbers, and you say, okay, so what's worth 2 or 3? In other words, I'm going to invest so much keich and what in this. Either ich carry by the Welt or not. I'm going to like misyaches, beproti. It feels clean, and it's miyash. That's what happens, and that's the trouble with Chassidus. Chassidus kommt and it makes a chayis and a ever prati. What my job is and my inyan is, this is my whole world. Yeah, l'chaim. Talking, way too much talking. L'chaim. Oh. We were talking about you. Huh? Right. I'm not. Start digging. Don't be shy. La da da ya 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 la da da ya ya la da da ya ya la da da oh ya la da da ya ya Amma ya l'dawa ya l'dawa amma ya 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 Mama ya la da da yo ya da ya da ya la da da ya la da da ya mama ya da Oh, you da, ya da. Mama, ya da, ya da, ya la da da. ya 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 yo ah hey ya la da la da la da la da ya 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 ma 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 ya 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 da 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 ya ma 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 yo ah ma 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 ay la da da ya 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 ay ya 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 ngre ya la da la da la da la da ya 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 sagst du kein oder so kein Saitze, a false daitze. Saitze. Kein. Ah, yeda. Chaim, Chaim. Ah. Ah, hey, ya, la da, la da, ya, la da, ya, 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 yo. Ah, hey, ya, la da, la da, la da, la da. Ama mama ma ya 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 oh you die ya 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 la da da ya 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 mama 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 Minyan linyan Beisinyan mamish Chaim I'm not sure who mit wem wir sitzen aber so beside Chaim Levi oh wow no, I've never seen you so quiet for so long. This is that's the Karen from the Farbrengen. Everything else is the Rabbi. Du hast geschwiegen for so lang. Huh? Was?
You say you don't want to talk to me, fine.
Very good, very good. Sehr gut. Als Leben schlau geschwiegen. Sakech mit das Kislev. L'chaim. 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 Chaim Yisrael. L'chaim. Sagt L'chaim, this is... It's a Yom Tov. L'chaim Mendel. L'chaim. L'chaim. Sagt L'chaim a bissl. There was a Farbrengen in the Mems, in the beginning of the Mems. I think it's Mem Beis, Mem Gimel, around that time. I think it's also Kislev time. The Rabbi spoke about the interesting minig versus do when you take a kid to cheder. You teach a kid Aleph Beis, so the minig Chabadi is that you teach him from a Scharblatt of Tanya. Yeah? It's eine interessante Sache. You want to teach him Aleph Beis, so teach him Aleph Beis. You want to teach him Tanya, teach him Tanya. You're teaching him Aleph Beis from the Scharblatt from Tanya. Was ist the Teichen from the Zach? So the Rebbe spoke about it, that the only way this child should ever look is through the lens of Tanya. His Aleph Beis is Tanya. Everything is Chassidus. This should be the only thing that he has. His language, his Aleph Beis, is Tanya language. A Chosid Chabad, this is, I'm not sure if I'm like touching on touchy subjects or not, but it's again. A Chosid Chabad understands Pnimius has a price. The price of Pnimius is that you can't do other things. Because if you're doing this, thank you. If you're doing this, you can't do other things. In other words, Chassidus Chabad demands all. You can't be partially a Chassid Chabad. A bissel Chabad. You know, there's the Bavusta Meise, the Alter Rebbe didn't put Wirfman das B'Shomru in the Siddur. So the Baditchever said, "Se tut sich l'mayla yirid." When we sagt V'Shamru, Yirid is like the old-fashioned language for saying, you know, Yirid, the marketplace was the most noisiest place in the village. Like there was the Sheni v'Chamishi, when there was a marketplace, so people would scream, everybody's selling their wares and things. That's like what. So it's a tutzach l'mayla Yirid, it's a tutzach a marketplace, it's a kertzach welten l'mayla when they say V'Shamru. So the Alter Rebbe didn't argue. The Alter Rebbe says it's true. Aber nicht auf jede Yirid kann sein. It's true. To be a Lubavitcher means to miss out on the Yirid of a Shamru. Because it's negeya for which any other cheshden kann man nicht tun andere Sachen. A Chosid Chabad is by definition absolute. This sounds like a very, I'm saying a kanoistic zacha, but it's just simple. Chassidus mont, what we're trying to do in Chassidus is that the Rebbe, the way the Rebbe teaches by Farbrengen, the Rebbe's Igris, Chassidus should take over how we look at the world. It means only that. There's enough stering, there's enough challenges within the Sviva which are not going to allow for that to happen. We have to overcome enough to stop blending other things, so you just lost the plot. It is Shenish Chassidus. So Chassidus is that the only thing I know is a Sharblatt of Tanya. That's my Aleph Beis. That's the language I speak. There was once, there was a bacher, Azay Zaktman, who was going in a Tvatsk, and he was singing a nigen. It was a nice Polish nigen that he heard. And the Friedrich Rebbe overheard him singing this nigen. And he called him over, and he said, Alle Nugunei Chabad hast du schon durchgetan? Was heißt? What's wrong? It's a nice nigen. Because Chabad meant Chabad. If we're doing this, we can't allow space for other things. It's like very fundamentalist. This is like not allowing for anything else, but that's the truth. This is what it is. Chassidus is saying that if you're going on this derech, that's the Tesh Pnimis. If this is what I'm doing, this is what I should be doing all the way. To suchen for his ererus or chizuk or experience somewhere else, it's going to be on the cheshbon. It's going to be on the cheshbon. The only mocker for anything that I have has to come from Chassidus, has to come from the Rebbe. You know, let's take it a step further. On Kamuven nicht von like weltische Sachen. There was I just heard actually a very interesting Meise. Mullah Kaplan was we had in Baltimore, we had a Kinnis HaShluchim. Heißt es. For Schreich Kiss was? By David Rader, yeah. So Mullah was there, so he said a Meise. He said he heard it from Bar Levi himself. Bar Levi from the Kashrus. Basically, Bar Levi was one of the first Bachrim to go from America to Atvatsk, which was Kumuvan, the whole musig of sending an American Bachar. Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal discussion for itself. Yisrael Jacobson came over here. Nicht nur, he remained, wie sie darf zu sein, full beard, with the ganze Ispashtus and Chassidus. He educated his daughters in America to be daughters is the harder than sons. That they should be full Yerei Shamayim, they should marry European Tmim. They don't speak English. These are American girls from the 30s who are growing up, and then they gehad wird chassidische Techter. So it's just a pashte Sache. B'neisif lezeh, he had a kayach, Pashat in Terevedas and these other places, gezeugen Bachrim, American boys, who their parents left Europe for a good reason, to become American. He pulled them and sent them to Europe. So the parents were going, I mean, there was at some point, one of the parents was very upset with him. Once a knock on the door of his house, he opened the door and he sees one of the parents of the Bachrim with an axe in his hand. He's holding an axe. He said, Verstanden, so he ran away, jumped out the window. This is the kilo. You understand the frustration of this father. The solution to use an axe is interesting, but this frustration, is and like there's a reason we came here. Was tust du? Like Tzarik in Europe, it's sugar. So there was two kvutzes. There was the second one with the hechts v'chulu, but the first one was Bar Levi with another bacher, and the Frierdiker Rebbe was meyakir this, like as bachrim coming from America, and he wanted to be involved with Proteus to know everything that's going on with the Americans. So first of all, they gave them Gashmias, they took care of them in the dorms. I mean, for coming to Atvatsk, so they gave them like normal rooms, and they took care of them, like American boys. Right. So this Bacharul is gekommen in Atvatsk, Ganeden Mamish, Yudel Leber and das, Baruch Friedman, you can imagine. Sa'arois HaShmuah that Bar Levi brought with him Bicher, brought books. Bicher and Techetmimim and Atvatsk, it's like, and as is Arois, as Mizmaran and Acharov, that he has Bicher. And all yeshiva knew about it, and Anholo found out about it. And because the Matageret, this whole story, Bar Levi told Mullah. Which is saying, it's not like a Smipia Shmuah, like a Azetigert. And Sa'ariz as a Shmuah, till Anholo knew, and Anholo reported to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe, because the Rebbe said he wanted to be involved in the American Bachrim. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, Shikim Arain. So he came Yechidus to the Frierdiker Rebbe. So the first thing the Frierdiker Rebbe asked him, Idos Emes. So stop. The Shene Zach. He didn't attack him. First of all, he wanted to know. So the Bacher said, yes, it's true. I have Bicher. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, Zu was darfst du das? Why do you mean? It's a edele Sprach. He didn't scream at him. Just wanted to understand him. It's what's happening over here. There's an American boy arrived, and the Rebbe is like trying to understand him. So why do you need it? Well, so what's the answer to this? So he said, Pashut, he's planning on going back to America. And he doesn't want to forget his English. He wants to practice his English. He wants to remain normal. He doesn't want to become like them. He wants to be noise. Well, he has plans. So the Rebbe said, Apes is noveletten, if it's novels, is doch hashod the heart. Apes is inyani chochme, doch hashod the cup. If it's novels, so you're investing your heart in schmutzige places. That's where you're going to invest your heart in. If it's there, it's not going to be somewhere else. If it's your head, so if you put your head into inyani chochme, so it's not going to be in. So you only have one brain. And you have a decision where you're putting it. So apes is novletten, is the chashad the heart. Apes is in yoni chochme, the chashad the cup. And then he told him, chal de geb na eitze. It's such a tired of my stam, it's like chinuch. Chal de geb na eitze. What was the lotion? Chal de geb na eitze. Lein alte Zeitungen. Read old newspapers. Old newspapers are not interesting. There's no meshichet. You want to practice your English. I understand. Practice your English on old newspapers. And that's what he did. He had a subscription. We arrived from America to you. It was like an old newspaper. And he practices English. I mean, the thing itself is really for discussion. The Rabbi he didn't break him. He understood him. He understood, okay. Maybe he is negir. This goof is negir for our conversation. So Amol, it's not the grace in Nefshadams, it's not the klain in Nefshadams. Yeah. So it's either all or nothing. It's not true. It's not true. It's not either all or nothing. Mstam a gorach Siddische Bacher shouldn't care to know English. I understand, but he's not that. So therefore, you should read novels, and your heart should be involved in schmutz. No. There's something in between. So a Chitzen is going to say, was heißt? The Rebbe can sagen a wort that you're allowed to read newspapers, you're allowed to practice English. Basher Usham. First of all, no, what are you going to gain from that? And the same thing happens very often with a younger man. Yeah? So, als a Bacher, certain things were angefleckt. And so, those things are not angefleckt anymore. Mele, so there's no flaw anymore. You could fall through it like business off because ich bin schon nicht kein Bacher. No. There's Tavis Heter, there's levels. Just because you're reading English, it doesn't mean that you should be reading Chachmas Chitzenius. Yeah? And this is a tire Zach. We are Rebbe's Messiachis with this. It's important for anyone who's tut in Chinuch and anyone who's tut in Chinuch Atzme to know, and it's a pnimistic word. Von Maki, from Chitzenis, you'll never get to this place. The gay to the discussion is this: who halt. But the broader discussion is also as Sa'ashad the cup and Sa'ashad the heart. You know, Lama sagen about pashtus. Now everyone talks about, and everyone's like the internet and the big churban. And we read allemol about arois. Yeah? To put it in one word. Ein apetropos la arois, and the fact is that there's schmutz. But there's another whole sugya, which because there's such a sugya chamura of arois, there's avodah zarah. There's hanachas ha'elam. Now, let's take away the other sugya, and it's not a major sugya. There's another pashut. You're filling your head with shtusim, and you're becoming a lower person, like a weltischer mensch. Novletten, Inyane Chochme, wherever it is, following the new news, not the alte Zeitungen. Yeah, so you're busy. So there's Trump and Clinton and Ain and Tzrik, and it's like you're fully thing, and this you full. No, I'm up to date. Trump and Biden, and you know all the things. Whatever. No, okay. I'm not gemufshet. Das sagst du nicht. You know that there's what's going on. You're up to date. Okay. Spies from Chitzenis. So, Otase, l'chaim. So, bekitzer, if you, shot the cup and shot the hearts, you have to decide to know who you are. And I'm a balabos of zich. I only have one brain. I only have one heart. And the shayla is where it's invested. And the more I'm updated, and the more shtusim, so there's a price. L'chaim. Meretach Tzanev. L'chaim. L'chaim Yosef. Das haben nach Chassidische Stub. Ja. L'chaim. The Chassidische Stub is erstens what you don't let into the house. Besides what you make your house, erstens you don't let into your house certain things. The pashtas. And you're in charge. And if anyone tells you for Shalom Bayis or things, shtusim. Call me. It's a Bob Meises. You decide. You decide. Ich will helfen the Shalom Bayis. Ich habe a experience. Or how to live without Shalom Bayis. It's also your house. One second, why is it only her house? It's also your house. No? Don't use her to not have a filter, okay? L'chaim. L'chaim v'levracha. Lange gesunde Jahren, mit Teich Archave. Huh? No, it's going to be Perish. It's Platkin. Maybe you didn't see who I was talking to. It's Perish Jahren et sein. Aber es soll sein, gute Jahren, you know. No, lass mich sagen, als man sitzt schön, sag ob es ein guter Ding. You sing Nigunim, no? Huh? Right? I'm not wrong. No? Sag ob es ein Ding. Ma ya yedi mama ya la da da ya do mama ya yedi mama ya. It's good, no? This is good. Ya la da da ya la da Gopin. You say Chaim? Yes, Chaim? Chaim. One thing they taught in Cholan as you discuss it, right? That's Chaim. Levi Plotkin. As man sitzt schön. May as well. Chaim. Auf dem Baruch. Chaim. So the Nakuda is, as a Zach darf getan werden, a thing has to be done for a Tachlis for sich. This is what Chassidus gives. That everything has its Tachlis. You know, there's a... The Rebbe started in Tiferes Kenim Levi Yitzchak. And you ask a person of a gas, et nicht verstehen, like, how did this... What's the plan? What exactly is the plan? What's supposed to happen? You're going to be Mekar V'yid. Like, his family is not... I mean, it because there's a value in Limud HaTorah. As a Yid, Amoritz, and he's going to remain Amoritz till the day he dies, which is not far off. And he's going to just learn a Pasuk Chumash, and that's the Matorah. There's a real value in this. And it's not going to influence the family. And his kids are long far gone, they don't even know about this. Das ist the Matorah for sich. No, there was a, as he sagt, there was a Moller younger man who was a Mifzoim. So he was standing in the weather conditions which wasn't bearable. And steht dort, and wird von Garnish Spol. And he's calling over Yidden, and everybody's telling him no. And he has bushes, and then he also has Maligim, Ben Yosef Lazeh, who's telling him he's wasting his time, and schreien him on. And a young man steht dort, and he's going, he's working. So someone, a Yid, drives by, and he sees he's watching this person. He stops, and he's watching him. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and he sees a steht dort, the Gashmius, the Nefesh. The person is like, and he's not in the spot for anything. He's gone. The Chappen a Yid to put on film. So he rolls down the window of his car, and he tells him, you know, for all the schar in the world, Gashmi, for all the schar ruchni, I wouldn't do what you're doing. So the young man tells him, neither would I. Yeah. That's Chassidus. That this thing has value to itself. This thing is a teichen. This is it. Schar mitzvah mitzvah. It's not for something. We learn Chassidus, da wir verstehen, as Chassidus is nicht ein Zoi. Chassidus is the Matorah. So as, why do I learn Chassidus? What am I going to gain from learning Chassidus? Nothing. Nothing. And so what? Why do I live? It's Kilo, the question begins, I have a life. My life is murke from family, my parnosa, my thing and thing. Now, how is this going to be meaningful? How is this somehow going to help me? Efshe fakert. The purpose of my life is to be in this world and to have a shaykhis with the Eibishter. And Chassidus is that. Why is it emtsoy? This is it. This is one of the Rebbe's milchamas in Deir HaShvi. As Chassidus is not here as a emtsoy. Not even a emtsoy for Aveda. Rebbe spoke, Tavshin Chav Gimel. And it could be misunderstood, like Kilo, the Rebbe doesn't want to. Okay, this is Stam Narish. I think we're past that stage. The Rebbe wants him to davening, and the Rebbe wants to think. V'advarim pshutim. Aber Chassidus is not here because of something else. It's not here to serve a purpose. The Rebbe said, Kislev Chav Gimel. Pi v'libi shavin. Pi v'libi shavim. Believe me, the only thing I want is you should learn Chassidus. Are you going to think the reason I want you to learn Chassidus is because it should be pale on your midas and it should make you into a better person? No. Trust me. I'm honest with you. I want you to learn Chassidus just to learn Chassidus. Because this is it. There's two timing for Gilui Chassidus. One is to be mevarer, to change the world, to help people in a matzav of his alphas to be me'erer to them. Because if you read Saderis, you need Chassidus. And then there's another reason for Chassidus. Because it's Te'im of Yemesa Mashiach. Because it's a lukus. This is the purpose. And if you learn Chassidus only because of the first reason, you're taking the Chitzenis. It's like doing a mitzvah in order to be mezachich as abrius, which is true. But that's not what it is. It's like pravin Shabbos in order to be minei mizbarach in kol hayemim. It's a chitzen. It's not false, but it's the chitzenis. Was is Chassidus? Chassidus is a lekus. He asked me, why to learn Chassidus? Because of what it is. There was a Yid, Barrow Baumgarten. Barrow Baumgarten had Mukorovim, he used to learn with teenagers. And he was very close. He used to write to the Rebbe everything. So there was someone he had a shaykhis with, who learned Chassidus with for a while, and this Bacharel tells him, it's very nice, but I don't have a geschmack in it. Maybe I'm more of a niggler person, maybe I'm more of a thing. It doesn't work for me. It's not geschmack. So therefore, I don't think, there's different drachim, and this is not for me. So Baram Baumgarten took his whole zettel and thing and sent it into the Rebbe. He says, how do you answer such a person? So the Rebbe wrote back very sharp. First of all, that's impossible to be Mekayim, mitzvah of Ave V'yireh, without Limud Chassidus. Memele, Limud Chassidus is a chiyuv. And then the Rebbe said, Azay, das, was du schreibst, that you don't have a geschmack, mitzvahs lav lehonis nitnu. You're right, it's okay. How does geschmack come into the equation? Why is that about, what's it going to do for how's it going to enhance my life? How I'm going to be able to apply it. First, apply yourself to it. Then, there's a shaila is, Teira miloshen Teira, as every yeder chelik in Teira, and kumuven Chassidus pnimius Teira. So it's everything, der eved der hert, to really get what Chassidus is saying, is going to touch you up. That's stage 2. First of all, selikus. This is it. Das ist the Matore. And a Chassid on Chassidus is not Chassid. Could be as non, it could be everything. There was a mol, Shmero Batumer. It's a good meise. Shmero Batumer was once, the Farbrengen, Shmero Sasonkin. And so herangekommen, a Bacher without names, who came, Shiker, Mechutzef, Bulvan, disturbing. As in Samarkand, there was also such a kind of matziv, as the Mashpia Farbrengt, and you had as a Chevreman who was disturbing. So Shmer Zasonkin, like a tchila, einmal, a zweite Mal, but it came to a point, what man gedacht, sagen a scharfe Wort. Ich told him as Du dermannst mir, you're reminding me from the Schneider. What's the story of the Schneider? The Schneider is a tailor. You're reminding me of the tailor. The tailor is Yodua that in order to be a tailor, as Shmerel Sasonkin Masber given, in order to be a tailor, you have to have 3 tchunas. The first thing in order to be a successful tailor is you have to be a ganef. Why? Because you never make enough money. People are not ready to pay enough money for you to make a living. So what you have to do is when the person comes, and so you're going to measure for him schera, you have to measure extra. They don't know anything, and you measure extra. And then you, the nesto is the clay, you make the garment what fits him, and then you have extra schera. So from that schera, machst du a handshake or a hitele, you make up another small gloves or a hat, and from that you make parnasa. That's the only way it works. So to be a good Schneider, you have to be a ganef. Another very important tchune that every Schneider knows is you have to be a shakri. Why? Because always people come and ask for unrealistic timeline. They want it ready today, yesterday. So you're going to have to say, yeah, and it doesn't happen. That's fine. That's the way, if you're going to be an honest person, you're not going to be a good Schneider. You're not going to have parnasa. You're going to say it's not going to be ready, he'll go somewhere else. So you have to say it's going to be ready before it's going to be ready. And then there's a third tchune that a Schneider has. That he has to know how to sew. He has to know how to thread a needle. He has to know how to cut straight. He has to know how to sew. Pashut. So there was one person which said, I'm a tailor. I'm not a perfect tailor, but I'm a great tailor. Perfect tailor has all the miles. I have 2 miles. I can't say all the miles. I can't say all the miles. Muslim. Listen. He said, a chosid, das ich gesagt habe, a chosid darf keinen nehmen Maschke. You don't take Maschke, so it's what a chosid has to be a mechutzif. You have to deal with the Hazer, you have to deal with the Svit. And a chosid darf lernen chsidis. So you are not Muslim. Is the nicht Muslim chosid. Most of chsidis he has. It's like the, okay, no one's perfect, you know. Yeah. A chosid darf lernen chsidis. L'chaim. Hello. How are you? Good? Packers? Kianti. You got me. Where's your brother? Chaim. It's Mashker. Amay ladai na 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 oh yada ya na na nire ya na 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 oh ye na 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 yo yada ye mere ya yada ya la da ya Ay, 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 oh. Ay, la, da, ya, 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 oh. Shkaya. It's a Howard. Shkaya. Mud? Uh-huh. Ah, oh, oh, oh. Na 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 oh you die la da la da ah ya you die ya yeah na 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 Chaim da ah you die ya yeah na 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 ya you die gebracht nach dem Stelle. Ah, da. What? That's what you looked like. Ah, da. Yeah. Ay, 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 da, ay, la, da. Oh, 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 ay, 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 da. Ay, la, da. Ay, ay, da. Ay, ay, la, da. Ay, ay, da, ay, da, ay. Gede, ay, la, da. Hey, ya la da ya la hey la da ya la da ya la da ya oh la da na 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 ya da re ya la da ya da ye na na oh ya da re ya la da ya da ye na na ya da la da ay ay da ay re ya la da ay da re yo da yo ma ya נשמע, דש מאחיך. דש מאחיך. יש לך דש אני רואה אותו, אני לא מדבר איתו. שלב, אני רואה אותו.
Does that speak to you?
Huh?
Does that speak to you?
I'm not sure.
Scared.
Huh?
Scared?
I'm scared. בוא, שב. Sure.
Sure.
Oh, good to see you. How are you?
You're amazing, yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Is that honest? Like all the scary, all the hafkados, nothing? No, no, oh. Maybe that's why. Very good. You said the final of the seats. Auf Maschke? Ah, ja, da, ja, da. Oh, ja, la, da, da, ja, ja. Ah, ja, 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 oh, ja. Ah, ma, 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 ja, la, da, ja. Yeah, na, 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 ja, ja, da. Da, 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 da. Ya ya na 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 oh you do %100%. Yeah. I see you didn't stop. You're monog. Yeah, a brother, nicht wenig, a younger brother. Oh, a younger brother. Rach b'shanim, rach b'seich. Could have ended a long time ago. Why? We're planning on talking about you now? Kilo, that's the... L'chaim. There's people on this? L'chaim. L'chaim. Yeah. The story of Yitzhak Kislev steht, as Yitzhak Kislev, the minig is as mit der the Meise. Now, Reb Nachum, the son of the Mittler Rebbe, had the Seder Kavua that he would sit and say the Meise. So, where would he start the story from? Way back. He didn't start the story from the Halshana, he didn't start the story from Hafat Samayonis. he started the story as the Alter Rebbe had a suffix where to go. Should he go to Mizrit or should he go to Vilna? And then he decided he's going to go. That's the beginning of the story. So the Rebbe once, by Farbrengen to Kislev, asked, that's where the story begins. The story of Kislev begins from the story of Kislev. You want to start like history? I mean, go back to if you want to start from the birth of the Alter Rebbe, you can start from the Chiyah, go back to the Marishan. How far back are you going to go? Punkt, where does the story begin? It begins in this place. In their art, where the Alter Rebbe has a suffix where to go. So Rebbe Farbrengen, in the beginning of the Chavs, one of those years, the Rebbe asked, it's a modern place to begin the story. So Rebbe touched Azeh. Where does the story of Chassidus begin? In the place where he has a suffix. In the place where he's torn. In the place where there's a need. Chassidus begins in the art when I want something. Till he had this suffix, the Alter Rebbe, everything was good. It's a geleichten. He learned the Shalom and Kavonas Shalom, and it was all Altzigvan Beseder. When he was torn, that's when the story begins. Chassidus begins. I'm just saying a pashta word. This has nothing to do with the discussion till now. Wie legt sich ab auf Wort Chassidus? Chassidus legt sich ab. Chassidus legt sich ab when there's a need. You know, a lot of times there's a certain krumkeit. Amal was a davar a pashat that Bachram can learn Chassidus. Who learns Chassidus? Younger light. Bachram learn Nigle, Amal crazy Shasu Paskin. A younger man can learn Chassidus. Why? There was a chiddush techtimim that Bachram. Why? Because a kid, a bacher, doesn't have a need. If you don't have a need for Chassidus, Chassidus can't, you know, the Alter Rebbe is Magdir. It's a very sharp Agdara in the Agdama of Tanya. What is Tanya? What is Chassidus? Hatshuvas l'kol hashaylos. It's answers to questions. If you don't have a question, you can't answer it. If you go over to someone in the street, and sag him, I have a beautiful answer. It's like, you're not, what's the answer? If he has a kasha, so our answer is refreshing. It's exciting. It's doing something. Teisvis has a very sharp t'nai before he says every beer. It's not Rashi's beer. And Teisvis says, his beer, Yeshleimar, his beer. But there's always a t'nai. Vim Taimer. He doesn't say v'kosher. Or chveis is raya. Why Rashi is wrong. The im Taimer. If it's going to bother you this, if you're going to, it's a t'nai. If you're going to have a kasha, chab a teretz. I can't give you a teretz without a kasha. You're not going to understand the answer before. The answer is appreciated if you have a kasha. Wo hebt sich an Chassidus if there's a need, or there's a want? If sie nicht dort Kinder rotzen, hebt sich nicht an die ganze Meise. What's the problem? I'm just saying dvarim kavyosem. I don't know what the solution is. The problem is that we start learning Chassidus very early. Way before we have needs. I live with the emes, I mean, get and gas. Learn Chassidus with any person from the street. Chassidus is refreshing. Learn the Perek Tanya, very shikr. What? Because he has an emptiness, there's a need, there's a void, and this is a solution. You're supplying him with something that he doesn't have. We're being supplied with the goods before we have the cash. Umemele is we have bad experiences. This one thing. We're too young. You learn Tanya when you're 12 years old. Okay. Tanya is giving an answer to a question. A younger man has needs. You know, Bachrim always ask, like, wie davent me? Younger light don't ask. A younger man was davening knows exactly how to daven. Because davening is very simple. Davening means, as says do, the maimaz deinim, there's the tirdis, there's the shtusim, and there's a moment, an island, a place where you could go, sich treffen mit der Eibishter. So what's important? A younger man hat kemisch gefragt, wie man davent. He could say he's lazy, he's not interested. No, there's no. A bacher always struggling because there's nothing. Where's he coming from? Where's he? Maybe nowadays it's not so true. Aber Akoponim, the bacher wie se dav sein a bacher, where there's no maim azidenim, so there's no. Akoponim, what we have to understand is as they davenen und lernen Chassidus hebt sich erst an als a junger man. That's when it becomes necessary. And memela, that's when it becomes understood. That's when you start getting it. Chassidus is a mature limit. It's when I am in a place where I feel even bepashtus, you understand what the terms mean, you understand what ava means. You understand what yira means. Yeah, if you're married, you know what yira means for sure. You understand what's going on. You understand what nefesh is. You understand keiches an nefesh. And when Mele can so upteichen auf Liebhaben der Eibishter. You understand the language of nefesh. And you have a need for something more than Welt and everything it has to offer. Du suchst für etwas, sich aufheben, das Sumar Menechem. There's a frustration, so there's a solution. Chassidus is the Mavukish, the Rotzen. Man sagt, oh, this week's Parsha. Was erzählt man die ganze Meise von Schem, with the whole thing. What's killing, weiß es? There's one thing. If you want, you could kill a whole city. If there's a rotzen, I'll tell you a good meise. Just heard, just like Reina. It's a meise from Tzal Vashansky, from Zayne Zechreina. I don't know where he heard it from. There was a Yid called the Farbrengen, which is very important information. Farbrengen. You know, huh? It's the Jebner heart and it's Farbrengen Jebner. It's the same Jebner. Farbrengen Jebner is the mashpia of Kleinim. He was, yeah, it was a real about Madrege. Before he was nifter, he asked Kleinim to give him the Tanya. Tiefe Meise. He asked him, ich will sich segnen von der Tanya. Before he died, he asked to get a Tanya. He wanted to, you know, some people depart from their family. And Farbrengen Jebner departed from the Tanya. He wants to segnen from the Tanya. What was it? He's not going to learn Tanya. What do you think he's going to do Lamaila? He's going to now leave, now he's going to start learning Mesilas Yesharim Lamaila? What's he going to be doing exactly? Verkehrt, L'chura geht man erst an eben verstehen, die alle schwere Prokim, you're going to erst understanding Lamaila. So what's the answer? The answer is Pashit. You can't understand Pshat and Tanya Lamaila. You can understand what it means Decheu b'shnei yadayim. You understand what it means a Beir ketanur meupish. You understand what it means a Taive Lamaila. You understand what it means Meriris and Atzvus. You understand Tanya b'chlal Lamaila. It's the last moment in Elam Hazar where you could understand Pshat and Tanya. Where could you understand Pshat and Tanya is the Yosef Shach, Tshuva, Meisen Tev, Elam Hazar. This is, sagen sich, Lamaila geht ich weiß, maybe you could learn Shach, the Amunah, ich weiß. Yeah, he learns Tanya, yeah. Do lernt man Tanya. Pshat, real Pshat in Tanya. Not the Havonis Advarim. Rabbi Yisrael always says that he had a whole argument with Rabbi Yael and Pshat and Decheu b'shnei yadayim. In Perek Yud Beis, he was arguing Ahin and Tzirik. And then Reb Nissen came to town. So I don't remember if they asked him pshat or he just happened to be that he was talking about it. But Peil, he was talking about the Farbrengen pshat and the Cheu b'shnei yadayim. So Reb Nissen said, Pashut, it's like a person who is about to turn the switch, the light on Shabbos, and suddenly remembers it's Shabbos. So he jumps back. It's Shabbos, are you? So Yisrael, he says, you know, wir haben sich gepilpelt, pshat is azeh, pshat is azeh. Reb Nissen came from experience. It's a different language. He's talking about the Cheu b'shnei yadayim, was muktzeh. It's asur. It's forbidden. It's pshat. So da the lamdas from the Perek. And then there's it's asur. It's treif. Why don't you touch muktzah on Shabbos? It's asur, tracht am Shabbos. Pshat in Tanya is do. Why are we talking about this? I have no idea. Oh, Avremke Zebner is a good Meise. Avremke Zebner, the Meise given as he was the Rav in Zebin. He was a businessman. And then he became a Rav. He became a Rav because he lost all his money. He lost all his money. What? No, till he never was masking to be a Rav. Till Grade, he became a Rav. He was a real character. He only was masking to be a Rav. Usually a Rav, you come and you get tested whether you're lamim. He said he's going to test the people in Zebin to see if they're roy that he should be their Rav. So he came and he tested them, and all of them would come in with the kashis and the things, and he wasn't impressed by anyone. Till the last person in the line was a watchman, a shomer of kishuim, I think it's cucumbers or whatever, something. He had a field. His job was to be and this person had a lot of time on his hands because he would be up the whole night. And he used to think in Rebina. And he had kashis in Rebina. He had kashis pashut in pshat, which he's been thinking. So he said, "Yeah, I'm not coming to ask now to impress you to be a Rav. I understand. But I just want you're here. I want to know pshat. I don't know if you could help me." And he was so impressed with the rotzen of this younger man. He said, "For them, it's kedai bleiben in Zebin." Who is this younger man? Greinim. This was Greinim. Greinim became his Talmud. And Lemosh Yodei, he became like, wherever Avrem Keshebener was, he was, I'm saying, like on his deathbed, he's giving him the time. Second, this is all Agdome to Avrem Keshebener. Is Avrem Keshebener the name of Gven Azeh. The Tzemach Tzedek once said about three Chassidim. He said about one, das ist mein Yerushalayim, another one, das ist mein Lamden. But Avrem Keshebener, he said, das ist mein Chosset. So Amol Gven Simchas Teire. Now Avrem Keshebener was a Chassidish Rav. His minig was, if you're ever going to be a Rav in a shtat, you should adopt this minig. The minig was, before the Farbrengen, he went to every house in the shtat and said l'chaim. And afterwards, he didn't need to say l'chaim by the Farbrengen. Before the Hagdom of the Farbrengen, he would go from Pashat every high schooler, he'd go into the house. Amol is given as a zach. As a Rav, had the breitkeit to go into a house. Machna Seder. Not say, you don't invite the men to shul. No, you go into the house. There's a Yid Baruch Gopin. He says, one day, the Rav of Chabad, Shneir the Rav, shows up in his house, and he knocked on the door, and he said, and Mrs. Gopin answered the door. So she got like all in Ganzen. The Rav came to her house. She said, "1 second, I can call my husband." She said, "No, I don't want him. I want you." Was? He said, "I want you to make sure that your husband goes to learn every day." Etwas hat verstanden. It's useless talking to him. So she was makabel. Since then, adayem. Oh, till a few months ago. Yeah? Last year. Chavrus every day. He didn't have a choice. He wasn't allowed home. Ja, ich habe every day. In der Metzies Advarim ist azay. Is Avrem ki Jebener hat verstanden, als wir geht, zum Gester ist kein Chachme, bring all the men. You go to the houses, say l'chaim in every house. They give in. Now, if Avrem ki Jebener goes, so Grenim's there also. Now, as the Mashpia sagt l'chaim, muss der Talmud sagen l'chaim. So ist das, als Mashpia sagt l'chaim allein. So Grenim also said l'chaim. This is the story. So from house to house, now Avremke, the difference is Avremke Jebener was Balmeichen and Chavim, he had Kalim. Grenim had less Kalim. But just because he doesn't have Kalim, so therefore the Mashpia is going to say l'chaim allein. So that's the Zach. So after every time he said l'chaim, hat gesagt l'chaim. So Kitzer is gekommen, Simchas Teire, is gekommen to back to shul for the Farbrengen. So Grenim was already in ganzen dort ad kedei kach as azay. Remke Jebener in the middle of Farbrengen mentioned that there's a certain chassid that the Rebbe said, is mein Yerushalayim. Hat Grenim gesagt, this was the chutzpah that only because it's genommen as viel mashke, he had the audacity to say, was hat der Rebbe gesagt wegen dir? That's what mashke could be paid. Was hat der Rebbe gesagt wegen dir? So, Avrem Geshemer was shocked. He said, "Me weiß wegen dem." And he started saying like this: Jordan Horvich. I'm trying to understand what the Rebbe meant. That the Rebbe said, "Ich bin sein Chassid." As is wie Yerushalayim, as is der Land versteht. Aber ich bin der Chassid. That doesn't. Till I understood Pshat Azeh. A Yerushalayim is a Madrege. A Landen is a Madrege. A Chassid is not Madrege. A Chassid is a Tnur. It's a want. It's not a compliment. It's a Tnur. It's not saying where I'm holding. Yerushalayim is saying there's certain things he would never do. A Landen is saying what he knows. A Chassid is there's a Rotzi. And that's true. He said, that is true about me. That's the Makabel River. Is the story of this Kislev hebt sich an from wanting. The problem is, no, it's a krumme system. Man lernt in tegen Tmimi, man sieht das redt nicht zu uns for one reason or another, or not enough, because there's no need. And suddenly when we need, we're already given up. Aber now Chassidus, learn a Sikha in Chelik Aleph. Just listen to what he's saying. It's refreshing. It's there, as we learn, Chassidus is be'en arech. It's a be'en arech. You don't need hasbaras, you don't need to uptight your Farbrengen. Chassidus itself talks. Seretz the neshama. Kemayim karim al nefesh hayefa. Alter Bacher, a younger man. This is the time when you start understanding Chassidus. When the Nefesh Bahamis becomes breiter, when Mele, the Nefesh Lekis needs to have an answer. Needs to have, oh, so what's the... Oh, it's the Reib Zechon. Das is a Chassid, that there's a want, that is alive. Shalom Falma always used to chazer. As a misnagid is a potiet. There was Moshe Vilenker. Moshe Vilenker couldn't pronounce a reish properly. It says in Rishimis. Yeah, Moshe Vilenker was a chassid Alter Rebbe, but he couldn't pronounce a reish. He used to say a yesh. Yeah, it's a ruf gekrochen auf den Tisch. He went to the streshella first, and so he saw the streshella on the table, the spilus. And then he realized the spilus finished, and the Rebbeinu Streshella stayed on the table. So he was disappointed. Told him, ayop, arop. He couldn't pronounce it. So Moshe Vilenker said, a misnagid is a potiet. A chosid is a yain and a yes. A misnagid is a portrait. Here's what he is. A chosid is a rain and a reis. He wants to go somewhere. So the beginning of the story of Yudas Kislev is as it's a suffix. Mizrich, Vilna, Mizrich is torn. Oh, it's the Ebzach on the Meise of Chassidus. Chaim. Man kann das durchkriechen mit Zeichel Anushi allein. Mit Zeichel Anushi allein. Ja.
I have regards to me about like 17 privileges. 17 privileges there.
Now?
Just now,
From Muncie.
From Muncie. The cynic of the... heard of words, should be in Baltimore, it's the Klein. This? I know. Actually, you know the guy came out to the Zoom shit? Out to the Zoom shit?
Yeah.
She got good. I'm in your class.
I never met him, you know?
I know. I'm like, how did you get acquainted with him? Weird, my head was shit. The guy got from Zoom shit.
Fine.
Who are you?
I don't know.
I saw it. I know you.
He did well on Chassidus, you're allowed to say no. It was annoying, that's the truth.
I'm bringing it up like hours. There's kind of bought it because I'm feeling there's a shadow.
So, allein gesagt oder so?
Yeah. I preach it. Yeah, where is Paul from the shooter?
Okay.
Anyway.
Ja.
God bless you.
Baum. His name's Baum. Rafal Baum. Yeah.
Moshe Benjamin. Different guys.
I don't know who these guys are. From Neville or what? Where's it come from? We don't know if it's not. לחיים, לחיים. Come back. Wir sind Europa auf der Seite ein bisschen. Let's come back to our discussion away. Schwer halt im Kopf. L'chaim. Ich kann klar den Kopf ein bisschen. L'chaim. L'chaim ein bisschen, Levi. L'chaim. Why is it so? It's a show over L'chaim, nothing. Oh, that's it. L'chaim. Huh? Yankel, is in L'chaim? Du hast dein Bottle. You can share it with others also. Chabad Mont Pnimis. Pnimis means not some kind of fancy tziyur of what is the Pnimi. Pnimis means they're pashut. That what I'm doing is really important. And not for any other sibbe. Nicht für Scharweinisch. Nicht because it's a remez keneged some other inyan, not for birur amidis, because the zach allein is wichtig. That's the taich pnimis. Umemelo, the only thing that's negeya now is this. There's nothing else. Because this is what's negeya. The anochas tefillin miftzoyim is the most pnimistic thing. Yeah, where are you? Oh, no, you're very busy. Yeah? There's nothing was brengt arois mer the nekuda of what pnimius is than miftzoyim. Because it's not experiential. It's not experiential. The only nekuda that's happening over here is tefillin. It's not for, it's not because, it's not bichdei, it's almanos. It's this. So haben a chayes in them. Could I have a chayes in this? I'm learning about Chassidus, and I'm having a chayes in this. Why? Because it's good. Because it's a lakus. You could have a chayes in Chassidus because it's me'erer from his alphus. And stake is. You could, because it helps you. It helps you do one Aveda less. And Rabbi Avremke Zhebener, you know, it's like opening a can of worms. The Avremke Zhebener used to say, as a chutzpe nutzen Chassidus, it's a chutzpe nutzen Chassidus to deal with Yom HaChshav Zaris. That's what Chassidus is. Chassidus is Seichel Aliki. To use a word Chassidus, you want to push it to be Deichem Achshav Azara, you have to think something. Read the telephone book. Find something to do. You're using a Perek Tanya to deal with your issue. You push it makes no sense. Oh, what's the answer? The answer is push it. In the palace in the palace of the king, everything's made of gold. Is the bejimeich from gold. The broom is also from gold. So you're sweeping schmutz with gold because you're in the king's palace. Aber ein der Herr muss man haben, that's what Chassidus is. Chassidus is not to be made useful in my life. It could be applied, but that's not what Chassidus is. Was is Chassidus? It's a lakus. A pnimi has a chush that when I learn Chassidus, that's the only thing that's happening. This is what's happening. When ich tue a mitzvah, ich zin nere Chaneke, let's come back to this discussion. I'm not making an atmosphere at home. I'm not doing it to my kids, so my wife, I'm doing it because of what it is. Stell sich vor, if you would prave Simchas Torah, you would prave Leila Seder, for no other reason besides because it's a mitzvah to essen morer, this is it. And everything else is a pel yetzer. You don't have an ehrlich heshbenis. So in Chassidus sprach, this is bepshittus. This is the pashtus. That everything is tzavtze v'chibur. This is why mitzvah is. Das ist learning Chassidus. This is the matorah. The matorah of learning Chassidus is Chassidus. Mele, you could have. Let me just say a bisschen anders. Chassidus monta Übergegebenkeit. It says in Ein Beis, there's something called Tmimus. It says in Derech Chaim, it talks about Tomim. Tomim b'maisov. What's the touch of Tomim? A person who is strong and Salach Lefana b'Tmimus. He's not in the spot from any kashis because Melachatchili he wasn't doing it mitzad ha-seichel. It's netzach v'heit. Azay darf sein, azay nishtandish, and this is what he's doing. He's a soldier. And it's so strong because you can't shvacha up with the kasha because Melachatchili he wasn't talking the language of seichel. So it's powerful. That's a tomim. Tomim. Tomim b'maisav. And that's what we would call a tmimis tikiyit. It's not Kabbalah Seil. Just the Bavarian. Kabbalah Seil and tmimis are it's a totally different. Kabbalah Seil is after befker nichale. He doesn't want. The tomim fakert, he does want. Why does he want? Not because of cheshbon, just because. He's a yid. Yerushalayim tivis. The Lashon in Samachei describes it. It's an ernstkeit. Such ernstkeit. He's serious. When the Rebbe spoke, it's very interesting. When the Rebbe spoke about Tzivis Hashem, and the Rebbe to Masbergen, what's the Taich Tzivis Hashem? What's the Taich Aramei? So the Rebbe was Magdir. It was one of the Sikhs. It was just after Sukkot or in the middle of Sukkot. What's a soldier? So the Rebbe said, as a soldat is a vesas a ernste Zach. A second nukuda in a soldier is Kabbalah Selim, the folge. But the first nukuda is, it's a totally different word of Kabbalah Selim. It's serious. He's fully present. Kabbalah Selim is, he's not present. Tmimus is the taich, ich bin da. Then there's a tiffer word called Tmimus Halev. Tmimus Halev is not, we can without them Farbrengen, it's a full discussion. Tmimus Halev is the taich. Usually we describe hearts as just emotions. Love, fear, excitement. That's not friendship. Friendship is loyalty. Loyalty is not about how much you're feeling. Loyalty is the tmimus of the lev. It's the ernstkeit. It's the übergegebenkeit. Yeah? And who's your bigger friend? The one who's the most excited about you? The one who most appreciates you? Or the one who's loyal to you? The one who you could ask for halva when you need it. Or you could trust him not to say, not to Iberzogen Asad, which you shared with him. Yeah? The Balsad. Just as even gesagt, in the Welt, as jener hat gesagt, I'm a Balsad. The person I told it to isn't. But ich bin a Balsad. You could trust him. You could trust him with a word. Why? Because he's loyal. In other words, it's the Sizdo hearts, and then there's Tmimus Halev. Umatzoses levove nemel ofanecha. It says, Friedrich Rebbe says, as Avram Avinu gven a maskil. Pashtus. Avram Avinu, he was an independent thinker. Where's the son? Where's the thing? He was the first one to think himself and not to be mekabel. Aber was ist der Meile von Avram Avinu? Umatzoses levove nemel ofanecha. He's getrei to the Eibishter. Loyalty is not hergish, it's the tmimus halev. So Sedah Tomim b'maisav, not tmimus halev. In ein Beis, it says Sedah adrite zach. I think, you learn ein Beis, yeah? I think it's a chiddush of ein Beis. And maybe it says it before, I don't know. It's a naya word. This is also in Tzimukut Sichas, I'm saying. Once it's ein Beis, it's in Chilek Lam. There's tmimus in meich, loyalty in seichel, and this is like, it makes no sense. By definition, seichel is objective. Seichel should be searching for the truth. What does it mean, loyalty in seichel? The Haltzmit, in Tzang tmimus in meich. So he says, you could hear a svara, and you could be critical. Or you could look to appreciate it. You could look for the geschmack. Every svara has there's what's not understood, and then there's the reichkeit of the svara. If it's a svara of somebody you love, yeah? It's a shir that you're hearing now from not a Rosh Hashiva, not your Rav. You look at it with a rechte A. I'm trying to appreciate, to get what's good about the svara, not what's bad about it. I'm trying to get the air of the svara, the geschmack of it. Why? Because I'm loyal. Ich bin liebe gegeben. If I would be totally objective and cultural, you mean I could like her, richtig. But then you're not a Talmud. A Talmud is someone who is übergegeben to the Rav as mein Rav. No, in Pashta Wörter. When I learn Chassidus, why am I learning Chassidus? Because it's Geschmack? Bazei, then you know, Nissim Mendel wrote in the Hagdama of the translation of Tanya, he wrote that Tanya is, I think it was Nissim, intellectually stimulating and emotionally stirring or something like that work, and they never crossed out. So intellectually stimulate, they never crossed out, he didn't let it in. That's not what Tanya is. Tanya is Yichidus. It's connection. There's a Ibergegebenkeit. There's a Ibergegebenkeit from the Chassid to the Rebbe, and there's the Rebbe to the Chassid. We're communicating over here. There's a Tmimus in me, ich bin Ibergegeben zu Chassidus. It's a decision. Is this my life's work? Is this my mission? Is this what I'm planning on doing for the rest of my life or not? If yeah, so let's go for it. And if not, then it's a shot, because this is not the kind of thing that you could do k'lachar yad. Do something else. There's a lot of other svarim. You could learn some sefer or teire derech agav. It's a nice thing. It's a nice derushim. Chassidus needs loyalty. Tmimus on a tifa word. That when I'm learning, I'm looking to understand because I know this is mine. It's like, I have dogma von a chassid wie hört Farbrengen. He's listening, he's standing kalta hate by the Farbrengen, listening to the Rebbe and saying, maybe yeah. It's good. Now let me figure out why. He's unapologetically biased. Yeah. Fetish. He's my Rebbe. I'm not learning it because it's the best pshat in Rashi. It's like I was partially looking to understand Rashi. I said, this is the perfect. That's not how it began. That's not. Grad, I wasn't interested in learning Rashi, as it happens. And the Rebbe wanted to stell sich an a Rashi. Und ich bin seiner. Und I'm going to hurry to get it. The loyalty is what is the inner drive over here. You're loyal to your brother. You may not like him. So now I'm going to hurry to appreciate him. I don't have a choice. There's an expression in English, to learn to like the people you love. There's people that you like, there's people that you love. And there are people that you love that you don't like. That's the mitzvahs. There's brothers which are very annoying and ober, and it's very hard to like him. But the Poyam Mamish, when push comes to shove, he's the only person who's going to be there for me. And I'll be there for him. And the people that I like are the other nicht. This is like Mamish sound effects over here. You're having like a background noise. You should know, if you want to talk about tiny his, you have to say l'chaim. If you want to be so disturbing, you have to say l'chaim. I want to tell you, this is a true story. Where I just von dem allein kann man schicken werden. Mach sich schnarrisch. He's drinking salt. L'chaim. L'chaim Benji. I tell you, Maise, to me it's like it's a scary story. L'chaim. There's a Yid, as Meret wegen dem. Chassidus is Yichidus. There's many levels, there's many pratim bedover. But the first you saw of it is that it's Ibergebenkeit. As there's a shayil, and there's a questioner and there's an answer. Und der Rebbe legt sich herein, yeah, and the Rebbe hangs, the steht from the Tzemach Tzedek, with hang his clothes after Yichidus dripping with sweat. You know, the Alter Rebbetzin said, when the Rebbe started taking Yichidus, 3 times a week. In the beginning of the seas. So the Alte Rebbetzin from upstairs said, is I trotzchim. She knows what she happens to know what Yechidus is. She had a shver, a husband. She's seen it 3 times a week. It's murder. What it does, the Rebbe legt sich herein in Yechidus. Und der Chassid darf sich hereinlegen in Yechidus. That's what Yechidus is. It's a two-way communication. So the Chassid comes to the Rebbe and the Rebbe comes to the Chassid. That's the Metzias. So there was a Yid. I tell you, I'm some meiser. Okay, let me say l'chaim a bissel, because this is. Some things are too raw for consumption. There was a Yid from Muncie. A Yid from Muncie, not saying his name, there was a tkufa, he was very, very mekurev. He was like considered echad mi'anash, mamish, in the mems. Ad kidei kach, that this Yid, there was once the Rebbe spoke, I think it was the Erev Rosh Hashanah, Mem Tes or something. The Rebbe spoke about everyone should have a tzedakah pushke by sich in the office. Yeah. So this was a Yid, he was a shtickl gvir. It happened to be that I didn't have an office. Yid from Monset, gemacht Geld from Stub, on the telephone. He didn't need the office. That Erev Rosh Hashanah afternoon, the Rebbe spoke that you should have a tzedakah pushke in your office. So he went and he rented the office. He rented the office and put a tzedakah pushke. No, it was a he got it. He understood as rented office space and stuff. He was beseder. Today, I don't know if he's mamish. Anyways, let's again. There was a time, so he came to Gvirim Zichidus. He gave him geld, came to Gvirim Zichidus. And he came, and if anyone knows the Tnua, what Gvirim Zichidus looks like, is the Rebbe is in a I mean, we all have seen the videos. The Rebbe is like sitting, übergebeugen, and like zugetragen, and the Rebbe schmeichelt, and there's like a time, people could ask the questions, and the Rebbe very, very often, like very I don't know how to say it, but it's a geschmacke, it's a zugetragene time. It's not like there's no. It sounds even different to the way Yechidus was like sometimes very heavy, very serious. This was like azatu. So he came, and he said to the Rebbe Bezal Loshen. He said, Ich bin nicht gehad. I think he said basically he wasn't from Anash, but now he's here. Und ich hab keinmal nicht sicher gewinnt sei Yechidus. So he's asking the Rebbe now if das can sein a Yechidus. So suddenly the Rebbe Pashut straightened up and started talking fast. He says, there's a video of it. He says he Pashut couldn't chap a word. He was so to tumult. He was so shocked. The Rebbe started talking and talking like, you want Yechidus? Bein advarim, the Rebbe said, this is the only thing he remembers. The Rebbe said, as me falt rein bei mir, heiss ich lernen Tanya. If you're asking, okay, this is already hasbara, but if you're asking for Yechidus, as me falt rein bei mir, heiss ich lernen Tanya. So I heard this story a long time ago, but it's like as if Yalameistis. So I once said this story about Rabbi, and a person came over to me and told me the story happened with his father. And he told me, Meduyik. Yeah. As me falt rein bei mir heiss ich lernen. Bichlal, the Rebbe with Tanya, that till Der Shvi, Tanya, Bichlal didn't have this tfisas makim that he has. This musik, never mind printing Tanyas and the Rebbe giving out Tanyas. Aber the koch in Tanya, the Hasbara in Tanya, even Poshet Bepashtus. Where do you have Hasbara in Tanya? The Rebbe Poshet reingelegt and Hasbara and translating Tanya and the koch. Yeah, Mol, it was good. Greinem at Masber given. There was a sheer Tanya. It wasn't considered a serious limud. Limud Chassidus is limud Chassidus. Tanya is Tanya. The Rebbe made it into the central. Everything is. The Rebbe told Benche in Yechidus as gehört von schwer, as me lernt Tanya, lernt mit der alte Rebbe in Gan Eden. Und ich nehm das Kipschute. That's what the Rebbe said. Says, you could take it like it's a psa, as schwer hat gesagt. And my opinion is that actually happens. As the alte Rebbe is sitting in Gan Eden, says, the gather of Tanya is, as is a Rebbe mit a chosid. That's the way Tanya works. As the Rebbe learned mit. That's what Tanya is. Is Chassidus mont as man soll sein übergegeben zu dem. There's no such thing as coming into Yechidus b'derech meile, derech meiver. Visiting, testing. Yechidus is, as der Chosid geht sich über zu der Sache und der Rebbe nimmt an der Chosid. Apnimi is the taich, as das is the einzige Sache that's happening. And on the most basic level, and excuse me for speaking so nidrik, is that there's nothing else. I don't have other inyanim. I don't have another mocker for his errors, besides for Chassidus. I'm not inspired by any other nigen, was nicht a nigen Chabad, and I don't take on other takonis and stuff, was is nicht the Rebbe's inyanim. Because there's one address. And if not, don't do this. Babav is also an option. But if you want to do Chabad mont demands, necessitates pnimis. There's no sebadarft pnimis, semontas. You're either here or not. This is the t'nai. And to do it or not, so you're paying a heavy price, and you're not getting the results. I'm not sure if we're making sense anymore. But L'chaim Yankiv. Full-time gathering. You're like, it must be very hard. I'm saying, to be born with an neshama klalis, it must be like very, very difficult. I'm not Bekani. Not everyone is born with such an Isaim. Chaim.